Fated to the Damned by Celeste King.
Are we going to have that conversation about fate again?
Not if the point was made, love.
That fate brought us together?
No, that we were always meant to be together. That we always end up together in any lifetime.
Oh, now we're talking reincarnation.
It can be pretty impossible, you know.
What's actually impossible is resisting this stackable 30% discount. Code YouTube. 30 can stack a 30% discount onto digital products that are already listed at a discounted price.
Yeah, worldsofprotheka.com is pretty generous. The discount applies to audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles, or whatever digital products you can find on the site.
And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe, so that you know every time a new story comes to life.
This is Celeste King's Fated to the Damned. Chapter 1. Nikolai. In the name of the First, I place my trust. I pledge my endless life to her, to the clan, and to all Vrakin. Before Akeldama. Too few voices follow my words, the prayer that all Vrakin should know. And yet, I've not seen many in the temple in far too long, not since the above-ground bases started. Before your god, kneel. I turn to face the dais at the front of the room, dropping to my knees and bowing my head. The others follow suit, but there's a lack of devotion as I continue the ritual. Their voices waver through the prayer like there is no conviction, and I have to swallow back the kernel of anger that starts to bloom within me. Once the prayers are finished, I rise, turning to look over the congregations of still kneeling Vrakin. My eyes sweep over them as words spill from my mouth, my devotion so bone-deep, I don't have to think about the praise I'm sharing, the reasons they shouldn't turn their back on Akeldama and the First. Instead, my mind starts to pick up on the small things I often refuse to notice, like how each prayer has fewer attendees, or how my temple is still tucked down in the recesses of the caverns, as if I am to be shunned. The too low ceilings are an insult, both to the god we honor and our own kind. I can see it in the other Vrakin too, in the too tight shoulders and their backs tense as they keep their wings, or the dwindling number that has them, pinned tight together and high. It's exhausting, and my own muscles tend to spasm with the need to stretch my wings, a luxury I've never fully been given. We are blessed today, I say, though the words feel a little bitter on my tongue. Another day to rise and honor those who give us our gifts, our magic and lives and wings. My gaze brushes over the wingless Vrakin, noticing how they flinch. I don't mean to insult them, but they must know it is true. All our people once had wings. Now there are more and more humans muddying our bloodline, weakening the music and stripping us of our abilities to take to the skies. Not that I've tasted one. He's blessed by the First, I often heard growing up. A born Vrakin with wings was becoming rare when I was born 2.5 centuries ago, and for my mother, a wingless fledgling herself, to produce me was seen as a sign from Akeldama himself. Or at least that's what they said when they thrust me into the arms of the priestesses, an orphan child with nowhere to go. I was told I was given extraordinary magic, blessed with something so many of our kind strive for, because I was meant to strengthen the faith of our people. After so much time below the surface, many were growing restless. But my time as a youth, when this cavern was filled to the brim, was nothing like it is now. The Vrakin have surpassed being restless. They have launched straight through apathetic and into something worse. Reckless. We rise as one. I turn back to the front of the temple where a statue of the First sits, watching over us. She's carved out of stone, beautiful in her own right. Her wings are magnificent, and I hear she was once more powerful than any dark elf above is. Some days I ache to find her just so she could bring justice upon the race she brought life to. I wish to feel honor in being a Vrakin again, but with the human mates, changelings, and debauchery happening in the wild-spawn bases, it's hard to. I haven't seen a base, but I hear whispers from the scouts and guards. I know that some of those leaving here see the surface as a place to indulge, not plan or ready for our return as they are supposed to. And I know the council is ignoring it, indulgent bastards that they are. Before Akeladama, we give our thanks. He gave life to the first, who made our race. She blessed us, and as so, we must carry out her prophecy. I take a deep breath, feeling the energy in the room shift as we all prepare to speak the prophecy ourselves. She told us. The other voices join in now. By the gods, only one of Prathika's two creations can walk the surface. I turn to face the congregation. For so long, the Dark Elves have claimed that. They believe they have beaten us, but we have only been biding our time. They may have long lives, and they're 13. The word drips with disgust. But we are stronger and immortal. Our time to return to the surface has come. Cheers erupt at my words. I've been taught since a young age that my job is not only to learn the rituals of the temple and study the first and Akeldama, but I also must rally the Vraken to want to stand behind our god and goddess. Even if I have doubts myself, it's been an enormous undertaking in my short life. The weight has been nearly as heavy as the suffocating air and my two taut wings. But it was what I was born to do, and with so few coming to temple, I must press on. We are walking the surface again, and soon the Dark Elves will learn what it is to be made. I walk up the steps of the dais, so I am now above them. They will learn what it is to be chosen by Akeldama, to be led by the first. They will learn of vengeance, and what it looks like when Prothika's true creation claims what is rightfully theirs. They cheer again, the energy becoming palpable. This is what I love, to see my people full of their faith. I just hate for it to be so few. In the name of the first and Akeladama, I invite you all to leave, to go share the news of our creators and what is to come. Carry with you their prophecy, and know it will soon be our time to bring them honor. I stay still as the congregation cheers and chatter starts up. They all turn to leave, to empty back out into the halls that will lead them to the massive cavern that I avoid. It's the only place to fly, but it's too full of Vraken who have turned their back on the temple. Maybe it is wrong to not use the wings I was blessed with, but I can't lower myself to the level of debauchery that all the other Vraken have. Besides, that is the least of my worries. The guilt that swarms me comes more from my reluctance to fulfill the prophecy I've spent my entire life learning to uphold. Each sermon has felt more and more like a lie, as I hesitate to feel any pride about our return to the surface. There is nothing waiting up there for us, but a line so tainted with human blood that we will no longer have magic, and that will only bring us swift deaths. Nikolai? My head snaps up. The room has emptied, and quite possibly has been for some time. I didn't realize that I was still standing up next to the first, my hands tucked behind my back and my wings parted just like hers. I'd like to think I'd bring her honor. Sometimes I wonder if my mother would feel any pride for me, or if this isn't the life she wanted for me. I wouldn't know. I'm not allowed to ask about her. Yes, I answer Lev, who is still staring at me. Drawing myself taller, I tuck my wings in tighter and descend the steps, my pants swishing against the stone. Our dress isn't that different from most other Reckon. We are all warriors, after all, and we cannot be restricted at any time. My tunic and pants are close-cut and black like everyone else, though my top has a higher neck and my pants flare at the bottom to cover my boots. It is almost robe-like, except for the fact that my arms are bared, the sleeves cut close around my shoulders and the back curving in to settle between my wings where they meet my back. Lev wears the same attire. Do you have time to practice? I stop before him, turning to look over the small Vraken. He's young, younger than me, but he too has wings. I'm uncertain if he's Vraken-born or made. I didn't ask my questions when he was dropped on the steps of my temple 100 years ago, the membrane of his wings shredded and his back coated in blood. Instead, I did what was done for me. I healed him, and I taught him to follow the first and Akeldama. I showed him there is healing in our creators, and he took to it brilliantly. We to this day have never discussed our pasts. I much prefer it that way. I have a feeling that Lev does as well. That may have to wait. Our heads both jerk toward the side entrance to the temple. Down the corridor are rooms where both Lev and I reside, as well as the others devoted to the temple. Priestess Adelina. I incline my head and Lev bows even lower. She's the closest I've ever had to a mother figure, though she has grown quite distant from me in the last decade or so. I took it to mean it was time to stand on my own, though it's getting hard with shaky convictions. Nikolai will train with you later, Lev. Her eyes are piercing as they focus on me, the green shining like the moss that throbs with the wild spawn's power. She wears the same tunic and pants as me, but a hood shrouds her face. She says that it is so her sermons are focused on the god and goddess and not drawn to her. But I've always wondered if it has something to do with the scars marring her skin she lets so few see. It's rare for a Vrakan to sustain such irreparable damage. It's almost as if it has to be God's curse to not heal. Nikolai. Her eyes seem to pulse with the chaotic energy that runs rampant in these caverns. The council has summoned you.
Chapter 2. Jessa. The wind tears at my skin, pulling tears from my eyes that I didn't even realize had formed. My breaths are sawing at my lungs so hard I swear I taste blood, and I can feel warm drops dotting my legs from the way the vines and branches reach out to grab my legs. But I can't slow down. A wild spont. I laugh escapes me, so high-pitched I know I'm bordering on hysteria. Go to a wild spont. What a great idea, Jessa. The words are the only thing that is keeping me from a full-on panic, though the fact that I'm talking to myself probably doesn't help my case. Another snap sounds behind me, and I swear, it's a footstep. I've rationalized everything else, the wind, my hearing, the movement of the vines that seem to have a mind of their own. But growing up so close to the woods has taught me one thing. Always trust your gut, and right now mine is screaming to run. Something is close, and whatever it is isn't friendly. What a stupid idea, I mutter beneath my breath, shaking my head. I almost want to laugh because it's the same thing that Tierra said to me just a few hours prior. And as ill-timed as it may be, the memory swarms in. What are you doing? My heart leaps to my throat, and I twist around from where I was crouched in the dark corner of my room. The sun set hours ago, the moon now high in the sky, and the sliver of light cast through the half-covered window is enough for me to see by. Tierra, I gasp, clutching out my chest. I turn all the way around, sinking onto the floor. She stays in the doorway, though, her brow furrowed, and my heart rate spikes again. I know that look. She's suspicious, and growing more so by the second. Pushing to my feet, I glance toward the beds pushed against the wall. 4 in total where 2 should fit, and the 3 still occupied are silent. If any one of the girls I share a room with is awake, they don't show it. Still, I cross the room until I'm right in front of Tierra. She's always been like a mum to me, teaching me since I arrived on the farm. She tries to keep all of us girls in line, quiet and unseen, with dark elves. It's best not to draw attention. In 24 years, I've managed to stay off their radar. Not everyone has been so lucky, Tierra least of all. I'll ask you again, Jessa. Her voice is colder than it ever has been before when talking to me. It's like the woman I've known since I was 2 has disappeared and been replaced with someone I don't recognize. What are you doing? I gulp. I don't want to disappoint Tierra. She was there the day that the elves brought me and half a dozen other girls back from the auction. Why anyone was allowed to profit off orphans found on the streets, I don't know, but Tierra scrubbed us all clean and told us how the farm was going to work. Since that day, I've always done what she said. I wanted to make her proud, and I knew that staying on her good side was best for me. And maybe, in a way, I wanted to feel like I had a parent that was happy with who I'd become, since my parents would never be able to see it. Tierra, I glance over my shoulder at my bag. It's half full with clothes and food I've swiped over the last week, making sure I'd have enough to survive a days-long journey. I don't quite know my destination, just the general direction, and I didn't want to die of something stupid. Though I may just have if Tierra's distrustful look is any indication. Tell me that my eyes are deceiving me. She steps closer, one dark hand darting out to clutch my bicep. Tell me that you are not being stupid. I did not raise you to be stupid. The anger in her eyes mixed with the rage in her tone hits me hard, like a slap in the face. I jerk back, stunned as I stare at her, my chest heaving as I try to figure out what to say. And in the end, nothing spills out but the truth. I know you've heard the rumours. There's been nothing but whispers among the slaves here and the market for months. The words leave me in one breath. Tierra, they are saying it's a place that is safe for humans. It is a death sentence. She jerks me forward harshly so that our noses are nearly touching. Something is luring little girls like you who get fanciful ideas in their heads out into the woods to kill them, to piss off the dark elves. I shake my head even as my bottom lip starts to tremble. No, they are trying to help her. No one is trying to help you. Tierra's chest is heaving. When are you going to get it, Jessa? There is no one on this planet who wants to save you. No one who cares but me. And I can't stop you from getting killed if you insist on it. I'm already whipping my head from side to side before she even finishes what she is saying. I refuse to believe that people are dying. I've heard of the scouts coming out to welcome people, and they look human. They are trying to save us. Tierra, the wild spont. Her grip tightens. Child, there is no such thing as a wild spont. There is no safe haven for humans, no secret getaway, no place with magic that can hide you from dark elves. It is all some fantasy made up from people stupid enough to get themselves killed. I jerk out of her grip, stumbling backwards. My blood is rushing in my ears so loudly that I swear my body is trying to block out what she is telling me. No, you're wrong. Jessa, listen to me and listen to me good, girl. You are going to put that bag away. You are going to climb back in your bed, and we are never going to speak of this again. Her eyes flick from me to the window and back. It's getting far too late for any of us to be up. The dark elves will come looking for someone to entertain them soon. But still, I can't find it in myself to nod. Instead, I stand there in the moonlight trembling, and I watch as Tierra's face hardens. She takes a step forward and I pull back, which gives her pause. A full minute passes between us, and then she sighs. I had hopes for you. She shakes her head as sadness spreads across her face. But you are just like everyone else. You are going to get yourself killed. She turns, going to leave, and just as she shuts the door, she turns to look at me over her head. What a stupid, stupid idea. And the door clicks closed. I now realise as I choke on a sob what Tierra means. I truly am a stupid girl, foolish enough to believe that deep enough in these woods there would be a safe haven. All I've done is get myself killed, and not even at the hands of a dark elf. I guess it's poetic that I spent my whole life fearing them, and they didn't end up being the greatest threat to me. It didn't take me long to finish packing or slip out of the window. With the drunken nights the dark elves keep, it was all too easy to slip out of the farm and into the woods. I thought they would have tried harder to keep their slaves, but it seems they think threats and their magic will do enough for them. Or maybe they think the woods are punishment enough for those who dare to run. I'm starting to think so. I don't know how much longer I can keep going on. I'm already stumbling, my body trying to give up, but terror is pushing me. Maybe I should just find a cliff and throw myself off of it, accept death on my terms. But just as I contemplate stopping and facing what is chasing me, or finding a new plan that isn't running endlessly, I leap between two trees curved together to almost look like a portal. And the feeling is instantaneous. Tierra was wrong. Willsponts are real. I gasp as the magic coats my skin, lighting me up like a fire. It feels like I'm in the air forever as everything changes. My senses are sharpened, the air turns sweeter, and suddenly, I can feel the energy pulsing through everything. The trees move on their own, the wind feels tangible, and the colours are so vibrant my eyes burn. I'm stunned as I land to my feet, stumbling forward a little farther as my momentum dies out. And the regret is instant.
Chapter 3. Nikolai. Do you know why the council has summoned me? I turn to Adelina as she walks silently beside me. It shocks me as her hand whips out, faster than even my eyes register, to grip my exposed bicep. She turns me so that I'm towering over her, basically shielding her from anyone that could come down the corridor. Not that anyone will. No one comes to the temple anymore, which is why she probably doesn't mind having this conversation here. We're less likely to be overheard here than anywhere else. I've convinced the council to send you to the surface. I blink slowly, processing those words. You? To the surface? Why would she want me to go to the surface? My role is here, at the temple. Why? Adelina's face is as impassive as always. The above-ground bases are what the first wanted. Her eyes pierce into mine, almost like she can look into my very soul. It's always been like this with her, though, so I don't flinch from her gaze like most will. But they are not honoring her. I nod. I've heard the rumors. It's worse than what the scouts are whispering. She peers around me and then leans closer, her tone hard and sharp. The Vraken have been hunting too freely. They are draining humans, getting too close to the dark elves, and creating too many new fledglings that aren't being trained. Our magic is growing weak, our line is being sullied, and everyone has lost sight of what we were bred to do. You want me to restore order, I say, realizing now what she was thinking. I, of course, already knew how poor the expansion was going, but my focus had been on rallying those still in the tunnels. Never did I think I would be sent to the surface. They need to be reminded. Adelina steps around me, starting back toward the main cavern, and I fall in step beside her. The council doesn't believe so. They need bodies to fight, regardless of how weak they are becoming. I think over her words for a moment. But we serve our god and goddess first. As we come around the bend that connects the temple to the rest of the cavern system, she looks at me out of the corner of her eye. Exactly. She doesn't have to say what I now understand. I need to discourage this behavior. Exposing our kind, taking human mates, reckless feeding. It's going to be our undoing before we have a chance to get vengeance for the first. Or find her. Many believe her to be dead, or perhaps passed on to the immortal plane to be with Akeldama. But Vraken do not die, unless struck by a god. And I don't think Akeldama was ready for her purpose to be done. Otherwise, we wouldn't still be fighting in her name. I don't tell anyone this, of course. They'd think I'm mad, a devotee that is lost in scripture and out of touch with reality, which would not serve our purpose. So, I keep silent, even though I swear I can feel her. As we approach the council room, the guards bow their heads to us. Even if the faith has weakened, the hierarchy will always hold strong. Pride is much too important to the Vraken, another cause of our downfall. Brynda has asked for Nikolai. Adelina inclines her head toward me. The guards don't even exchange a look. They just step aside, allowing me to walk through the short tunnel to the council room, Adelina trailing behind me. As I come into the small cavern, I notice that it is empty save for the table at the front of the room. Brynda sits in the middle, her fiery red hair stark against the varying shades of gray down here. Gray walls, gray ceiling, gray floor. Even our skin is a pale shade of gray with no sun, and our hair typically a black. All shades of a dreary color palette that was never meant for us. Sketching a bow, I dip my head down before the council. Matriarch, council. Nikolai. She says my name with slight amusement, and as I rise, her expression puzzles me. There's a glitter in her eyes, almost like there's some game she's about to play that I don't know. Or maybe that just shows how little I trust her, even if I would never dare voice such an opinion. I am humbled to be called on by you. Straightening, I tighten my wings behind me so that they stand tall over my shoulder blades, lest they forget that I am one of the rare winged born in the last century. I'm not a prideful man, but I do understand the importance of proving your value, especially in my coven. Without a purpose, a reason to stay on top, you can easily fall. I'm sure you have heard of the surface wild spaunt bases. Brinda's gaze flicks over me lazily, that shadow of a smirk still playing on her lips. Yes, matriarch. We have all heard that the First's plans are underway. No harm reminding her that she is not the most powerful Vrakin, even though she seems to think so. That causes her expression to sour. Yes, well, it seems that some of our coven has forgotten her way. They've dived a little too hard into Akaladama's philosophy of indulgence. It seems the centuries in the tunnels with nothing to do but take has bred some bad manners. I don't react. I know she's looking for some indication of what I think about that, and I refuse to give it to her. Instead, I hold myself tall, expressionless with my hands clasped behind my back. After a beat of silence so heavy it's almost suffocating, she continues, "The council thinks it may be best to establish a temple at our most unruly base, to remind our people of why they have broken free of the tunnel and what they are fighting for. You would like me to lead the construction of the temple," I fill in for her. I don't question why they would care about the temple now, when they haven't even been in centuries. Though I suspect it has more to do with Adelina's insistence than she let on. Her lips purse, but I don't gain anything else from her reaction. Yes, and institute daily worship again. We honor Akaldama by indulging in all that he gave us, but we cannot lose sight of our purpose on the surface. Otherwise, we will not last long there before we are driven underground again. Her tongue runs across her incisors like she is sizing me up as her prey. It is a delicate balance. Of course, matriarch, I would be honored to bring worship to my fellow Vrakin. I'm careful to keep my voice neutral. I know how Brinda works, and it's mostly in manipulation. I can't give her anything. When do I leave? Tomorrow. Before the First, you will bring honor. Adelina dips her thumb in a bowl of blood, painting my cheeks in runes. Before Akaldama, you will bring pride. She does the same to Lev. For our god and goddess, you will fulfill their every wish as the rightful race. She continues with her chants as she moves down the line. There are 6 of us in total, accolades being sent to the surface. We are set to leave at sunset, which should be soon. It's an odd concept to me, to bend to the sun when I've never even seen it. Since I was dismissed from the council room, Adelina helped me select the accolades and prepare us to leave. Word was sent to the base via a scout as we gathered what supplies we may need and took group and individual prayers. I'm not the only one who has never been to the surface. I can feel the energy vibrating around me, excitement and anxiety and everything in between. We don't know what waits for us. We've only heard the stories, and none of them make me want to leave my temple. Still, I follow along as we complete our last ritual together, one that used to be bestowed onto Vrakin heading into battle. Adelina and 2 other high priestesses paint us in runes and murmur their prayers as we kneel before the First and Akaldama's altar. By the time they finish, cleansing us with the reflection bowl of Akaldama, the water representing the first night he found the First, I'm second-guessing what Adelina has planned. I won't back out, though, even if dread starts to flood my veins as I gather my small pack and step out of the temple. Adelina is in front of me, the other accolades behind. She leads us to the tunnel that will take us to the surface, but go no further. It's a silent journey until we reach an upward slope that seems to disappear into inky black nothingness. This is it. Adelina gazes up at me. Continue up, and you will find yourself on the surface. Track the magic, and you'll find the base. I nod, uncertain of what to say to the woman who raised me. So I take a step forward, planning to say nothing at all. but her arm grips my bicep, stopping me as I turn my head to gaze into her bright eyes. "Be careful, Nikolai," she says softly. "Don't lose your way." My throat is unexpectedly tight. I must have been thirsty and didn't notice with all my preparations. I'll need to hunt soon then. It's an effort to force out. I won't. Adelina is satisfied with that as she steps back, and I turn to look forward again. I step up into the shadows, climbing into the cool air, and I feel it the second we pass over the threshold. The magic tingles across my skin, coaxing the magic in my veins to swirl as it erupts around me. I've spent my entire life in a wild spawn, and yet, as I step out of the caverns, this feels different. Not the magic, though the portal was intense, but the world itself. The air is soft and sweet, bright on my tongue. I step farther forward as the accolades stumble out of the cave after me, gasps escaping them as they feel the same thing I do. My wings instinctively spread and flex, and for the first time in a long time, a smile spreads across my face.
Chapter 4. Jessa. He materializes in front of me. That is the only explanation I have. 1 second, there is nothing but empty air before me, and the next, there's a tall, pale man standing just in front of me, with long black hair whipping on a phantom wind. I have no option but to slam straight into him. "What are you doing out here?" His voice is so perfect, smooth and deep like a rich warm drink, and I want to drown in it. It muddles my senses as his hands grip my shoulders and steady me. It takes me a minute too long to realize that he doesn't let me go, though. He keeps me in his grasp as I stare up at him, absolutely dumbfounded. He is gorgeous. You'd think growing up around dark elves, I wouldn't be shocked by another's beauty, but where the dark elves seem to bleed cruelty, this man doesn't. He looks almost human if it weren't for the ethereal beauty coating his symmetrical and striking features. "What's a little human like you doing wandering these woods alone?" His musical voice drips with amusement, and something far more dangerous. Dread begins trickling down my spine. I try to tug away, panic rising. "Let me go." His grip only tightens at my resistance. Now why would I do that? We were just getting to know each other. "Please." My voice trembles as I meet his burning stare. "I'm just looking for the wild spont base. I've heard there's a place for humans, for safety." At that, he lets out a chilling, melodic laugh. In a flash, his face is inches from mine, eyes swirling with something I don't want to understand. Poor, stupid girl, you wandered right into the arms of a monster. Fangs slide from his smile and terror erupts within me. I twist away, his razor nails tearing my shirt as I break free. Whirling around, I bolt into the trees, weaving through the close trunks. Loud footsteps fall behind me as he gives chase, and I realise that he must have let me go on purpose. He wants me to run, but I don't have another option, so I push my aching legs faster, even as my lungs burn. Risking a glance back, I see his silhouette gliding between the branches, dark eyes locked on me. He's playing with me. Before I can gasp in another breath, he appears again in front of me in a blur of darkness. I careen into his chest, a shriek escaping me. He wraps me in the powerful cage of his arms and wings, eyes glowing with wicked delight. "Please," I beg, trembling against him. "I just want safety." "And what makes you think you deserve such a gift?" His voice caresses my ear, sending chills down my spine. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to calm my racing heart. I ran from the dark elves. I'm not like them. He tilts his head, studying me with those burning eyes. "No, you're weaker, but perhaps that weakness could be entertaining." I clench my fists, anger kindling through my fear. I'm not weak, and I'm not some toy for your amusement. I suck in a deep breath, knowing I need to find my way out of this situation. I can give you information, something to use against the dark elves. The man, or whatever he is, throws his head back and chuckles. We have more than enough humans feeding us what is really useless information about the dark elves. We don't need another. I bare my teeth at him. You don't know what I know. I'm worth more to you than you think. In truth, I know he's right. I know nothing, but God's damn it if I won't fight for my life. His brow arches in surprise. Then a slow, dangerous smile curls his lips. Look who found her courage. How long do you think it will last, little pet? I jerk in his hold, but his arms have no give. He leans closer until I can feel his cool breath feathering across my face, the heat of his body pressed to mine. The question now is, what shall I do with you? One clawed hand trails down my cheek in a seductive caress at odds with the violence simmering in his gaze. My mind spins frantically, trying to think of some way to break free, but as his fingers trace along my hammering pulse, I know I'm completely at his mercy. Whatever twisted game he has planned, I'm trapped with no escape. His touch makes my skin crawl with revulsion. As his nails skim down my neck, some primal instinct takes over. I stomp my boot down hard on his foot, and when his grip loosens in surprise, I know I didn't hurt him. I smash my head back into his face. He curses, hands flying to his nose. I don't hesitate, despite the pounding in my head from how hard his bones are, darting away into the shadowy woods. I weave between the trees, heart pounding wildly. Risking a glance back, I see him gaining, blood dripping down his chin as he barrels towards me. "You'll pay for that, you bitch!" I push harder, lungs burning, but he's too fast. A root snags my foot, and I go down hard. Before I can scramble up, his weight slams into me, pinning me face down in the dirt. I twist and fight beneath him. "Thought you could escape me, little pet?" His breath hisses in my ear. Desperate, I jab my elbow back into his gut. Pain radiates down my arm from how hard his body is, and he laughs in my ear, making my bile rise in my throat. I have to find a way out of here. My hands scramble across the forest floor, looking for anything. The vines are crawling toward us, I realise, as we struggle, and I make out little petals along the vines. My hand swipes forward, grabbing the small flower and rolling it between my fingers. I'm acting on instinct, and when I feel it grind to a fine dust in my palm, I fling it backward into the man's face. I have to assume it's no ordinary flower if I'm in the wild spot, and I'm lucky I'm right. He recoils with a scream. Whatever was in it makes his skin break out in red splotches, and I take advantage of the forest's help. I leap to my feet and run, his enraged shouts chasing me. I race blindly through the woods, barely avoiding trees in my panic, but gradually his voice fades away. I chance a look back, no sign of him. Then a low snarl sounds nearby. Heart seizing, I turn to see a lichen crouched, tail lashing as it stalks toward me. I'm trapped between two deadly predators in this cursed forest. Tierra's warning rings in my ears. Only one way this nightmare ends. But I refuse to go down quietly. If this is where I die, I'll fight till my last breath. With a scream of reckless defiance, I charge straight at the liken's slavering jaws. Before I reach it, a dark blur tackles the great beast from the side. The lichen yowls in surprise as the pale man I escaped wraps his arms around its neck. They crash to the forest floor, leaves and dirt flying into the air. The lichen writhes and claws desperately, but the man's grip around its neck is unbreakable. He wrestles the snarling beast onto its back, straddling it with his knees pinning its front legs. The lichen thrashes its head, powerful jaws snapping, but the man brutally grabs its muzzle, wrenching its head to the side to expose the throat. His head dips toward the vulnerable flesh. The liken's wails reach a fever pitch as the man's teeth sink into its neck. Blood wells up around his mouth, matting the fur red. His throat works as he gulps the vital fluid. The lichen convulses, back arching and legs kicking weakly. I'm frozen in horror as realization hits. He's drinking the liken's blood. I can't move, can't even look away, as the creature's struggles grow feebler. The man is relentless, lips sealed over the ragged bite while his hands ruthlessly hold the Lyca's head in place. He drinks deeper, making wet, frenzied sounds. The Lyca whimpers, claws scraping the ground one final time before its eyes roll back and its body goes limp beneath its killer. He lifts his head, eyes glowing in the moonlight, dark blood dripping down his chin. This is no human predator. I'm helpless prey being hunted by a true monster. Fear roots me to the spot, unable to look away from the demon wearing a man's face. He rises slowly, pale skin speckled with blood. Fresh terror claws up my throat as he prowls toward me, an inhuman smile full of sharpened teeth stretched wide. "No one can save you now, my prey," he rasps, blood dripping from his grinning maw. Before I can even scream, he lunges, moving faster than before, and I know this time I won't be outrunning him. Chapter 5. Jessa. No, I stumble back as the man, or monster, lunges for me. Please! I don't make it more than a few steps. With the sobs building in my chest and the panic clawing up my throat, I'm not thinking straight. I'm barely breathing. That combined with his increased speed and strength leave me with no options. One tear manages to escape in the time it takes him to slam into me. It's not lost on me that he pounces on top of my body like he did the Lyca. And if the massive beast couldn't fight him off, I have no chance. Just before my head slams into the ground, though, vines sweep forward, creating a little net to catch me. It doesn't ease the blow altogether, but it softens it enough that I can withstand it. No relief comes, though, as he pins me down, his hard body pressed heavily along mine. I struggle beneath him to no avail, his strength far superior now that I have no element of surprise. "Poor little Suru," he croons, grasping my wrists and forcing them above my head. Caught in the claws of a vicious Lyca, again. He smiles wider, blood still coating his teeth. Oh, wait. His grin only grows wider. I writhe desperately, but can't budge him at all. His grip keeps me immobilized beneath him. Tears of frustration sting my eyes. He tilts his head, surveying me pinned and helpless beneath him. "Perhaps I'll keep you. You've proven entertaining." One cold hand trails down my cheek in a cruel caress. Sensing my intention to fight, he presses more heavily on me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I gasp fruitlessly, like a water creature on land. "None of that now, pet." He grasps my chin, keeping me facing him. His eyes burn with malice and twisted desire. "You're mine now. The sooner you accept that, the less I'll have to hurt you." As I stare into those pitiless depths, his meaning hits me like a blow. He doesn't plan to kill me, at least not quickly. This monster means to use me, and not like the dark elves do. It's not just my body he wants to violate. He wants to take every part of me. My pulse hammers with primal fear. As he leans close, I twist my face away from him. Undeterred, his icy lips graze down the column of my throat. I shudder at the intimate violation, suppressed sobs making my chest heave. At my continued resistance, his mouth opens, razor teeth scraping over my frantic pulse. His teeth sink into my shoulder, piercing deep. I let out an agonized scream, the sound tearing from my throat. Fiery pain radiates out from the bite, feeling as if acid has been injected into my veins. I writhe and sob beneath him, pleading breathlessly for him to stop, to let me go. But he only bites down harder, intensifying the searing agony. Crimson warmth soaks through my shredded blouse as he grips my shoulder in his jaws like a vice. Absolute terror overrides everything else. I was foolish to come here, to think I could find sanctuary. Now this monster is going to torture me to death, and my last days will be full of unimaginable suffering. "Please," I gasp as black spots dot my vision. I can feel my strength bleeding out of me along with the blood gushing from the gaping wound. Just kill me. End it. A sadistic rumble emanates from his chest. He has no intention of granting me a quick death. As he finally retracts his teeth, I go limp beneath him, the forest tilting sickeningly. My shoulder is on fire, my head pounds and spins. Venom spreads through my bloodstream, and I scream as it feels like it's burning me from the inside out. I'm helpless to resist as he grasps my face in his blood-slicked hand, forcing me to meet his glowing gaze. Such innocence dies sweetly, he purrs, fangs bared and gleaming wetly. Don't fight it, little one. Your pain will end soon enough. He trails his mouth higher to the juncture at the bottom of my neck, and his teeth sink in, piercing deep. I let out an agonized scream, the sound tearing from my throat. Fiery pain radiates out from the bite, coursing through my veins as if molten metal has replaced my blood. I writhe and sob beneath him, pleading breathlessly for him to stop, to let me go. But he only bites down harder, intensifying the searing agony. The pain overwhelms my senses. I can't see, can't hear anything but the pounding of my pulse and the ragged sobs wrenched from me. I drift in a haze of blazing torment, unable to form a coherent thought. As the acid fire spreads through my veins, I know death has come for me. My lungs can't seem to draw breath, my heart fluttering erratically. I'm burning alive from the inside out. Please, I beg, but the word won't leave me. Instead, my mouth tries to form words that won't come as my back bows off the ground, trying to fight the pain pouring through me. No air can soothe the inferno now, and black starts to edge my vision. Just when I think my heart will burst, an incredible sensation starts spreading outward from my shoulder, pushing back the fire. It's cold, numbing, like icy water dousing the flames. I gasp as the feeling floods through me, letting me breathe deeply again. The contrast of icy relief against the lingering heat makes me lightheaded, but as the coldness reaches my chest, my heart steadies its rhythm. The pulsing agony ebbs away, chased by the blissful numbness. But as the agony is pushed out, a new feeling starts to take root. It tingles along my skin, a pleasant feeling that coats me as my mind goes lightheaded. I feel drunk on the sensation, lost in pure ecstasy as I sink back into the ground, letting it wash over me. I feel better than I ever have before. I float in this twilight state, wanting to forget everything else that has happened. I become aware of more than just the cold coursing through me, the hard ground beneath my back, the lingering ache in my shoulder. Sound filters back in, and I start to realise that there is a struggle happening near me. I'm not safe. Come on, Jessa, I coax myself. Get up. Save yourself. With monumental effort, I peel my eyes open. My eyelids feel weighted, trying to pull me back under. I force them wider, shapes and colours bleeding back into my vision. I see the night sky peeking through the canopy overhead. The shadowy trees surround me, their branches softly swaying. Slowly, I manage to turn my head to see a pale, dark-haired man, standing with his back to me. Dread pierces through the calm. But as I try to move, the hypnotic chill keeps my body languid and heavy. I can do nothing as I stare at the man. His arms are exposed, but the rest of him is covered. Still, his clothing is tight enough that I can see his body is toned and lithe, just like my attacker. They are very similar, except for the wings. My heart leaps in fresh fear as I take in the immense wings arched behind him, black as the night itself. He's like the monster that was chasing me, but more dangerous, primal power evident as he stands over something. I have to move. Every instinct screams it, even through the lethargy trying to pull me under. With an extreme effort, I shift my leg, leaves crinkling beneath me as I try to scramble back. At the soft sound, the winged man's head whips toward me. I freeze like prey spotted by a predator. By the 13, he's otherworldly. If I thought the other guy was gorgeous, I need a new word for him. He's the most beautiful man I've ever seen. High cheekbones, strong jawline, full lips drawn back over straight white teeth. Ethereal perfection. But there is no softness in his chiseled features. His face is all sharp planes and shadows. Eyes a glowing jewel-toned amber. They bore into mine, rage simmering in their depths. My heart stammers. His wings flare higher behind him, an intimidating frame, and my eyes trace the shape of them. I've never seen a dark elf or orc or anything have wings before. I don't know what to make of this. But as he shifts, I see what he was standing over. Before him on the ground is a mangled corpse. My attacker lies in a pool of blood, still seeping out, body twisted unnaturally, flesh ripped open in savage wounds. His torso is shredded, ribcage cracked open, entrails strewn across the leaf litter. One arm is attached by only a strip of skin. His face is frozen in a scream, the handsome features warped in agony, throat slashed ear to ear. His eyes stare into nothingness, but despite all of that, his chest still rises. My gaze darts from him to the winged creature still staring at me. The calming feeling has since washed away, and pure panic coats my tongue as I consider, if he could do that to my attacker, what could he do to me? What have I got myself into?
Chapter 6. Nikolai. I understand why they call us gods blessed, Lev says to my left. I don't have to look at him to know that his face is shining with excitement. He and I, the only two with wings, took to the skies as soon as we stepped out of the caves. With the others on the ground, using their magic to sense and search for the wild spawn base, I decided it was best for the two of us to fly so we could scout ahead. The fact that I have never felt such great exhilaration in my life is just a bonus. Do you feel anything? I ask as I bank to the left, letting a tendril of magic pull me in the right direction. At least that's what I hope. Since the wild spawn can spit us out at random, a downside to the explosive and uncontrollable magic, we don't know exactly how far we are from the wild spawn, and the council wasn't feeling particularly helpful enough to send a scout. They believe that if we are so strong, Brenda doesn't try hard to hide her disdain for those who don't worship her, then we could find the base on our own. My wings stretch so wide that it almost hurts, and I have to fight the grin that wants to spread across my face. I've never had the luxury of soaring like this, of tasting fresh air like I was intended to. It's absolutely incredible. No, not... He pulls up short and I stop in reflex. Did you hear that? I turn my head, noticing how the other accolades stop below us. I'm just about to respond when I pick up the quietest sound. It's a cry. One of anguish. And for some reason it feels like it's gutting me. I don't even think. Pinning my wings in closer, I tell Lev, get to the wild spawn base. Wait, Nikolai! But I've already taken off, my wings beating heavily and then tucking into my body so that I dip through the air. The sound erupts again, closer, and my heart feels like it is trying to claw out of my chest. Find the base! I shout back, knowing that Lev will do as he is told. The cries grow louder and more agonized as I fly recklessly through the forest, weaving between the trees. It doesn't take me much longer to recognize that the screams belong to a woman. Whoever she is, she's in unimaginable pain. The sound claws at my heart, spurring me faster through the canopy. I have to find her, have to help, though I don't understand this compulsion. Then I see them. A pale man leaned over a woman pinned beneath him on the ground. My vision flashes red at the sight. No wings mark this man as Vraken, but his fangs are buried in the woman's shoulder as she struggles weakly. I angle into a dive, coming up behind the pair. The woman is human, terror and pain etched on her delicate features. Her wide eyes are already starting to roll back in her head, but her body keeps striving against the pain. She's strong, that's for sure. Rage ignites within me. I land in a crouch several feet away, my wings tucking instinctively as every part of my body screams to stop him. The Vrykken's head snaps up, blood coating his grin. He starts to rise from the woman's still writhing form. My vision blazes crimson once more. Every instinct roars for me to rip this creature apart, to make him pay for harming her. Blood pounds in my ears, fury choking my throat. But I harness the rage, leashing it tightly. The woman needs me coherent. With immense effort, I remain still, muscles coiled to spring, waiting to see the Vrykken's next move. My priority is getting her away from here safely. The Vrykken prowls forward, circling me. His lips peel back to bare blood-stained fangs. She's mine, winged one. I mirror his movements, positioning myself between him and the woman. Not anymore. With an enraged hiss, he leaps at me, hands out to grab me, but I'm faster. I spin left and his hands swipe through empty air. As he lands, I smash my palm between his shoulder blades. He crashes face first to the ground with a satisfying crunch. Before I can subdue him further, the woman lets out another tortured wail behind me. She thrashes weakly, lost in agony despite her unconscious state. I'm at her side in an instant, conflicted. Soothing her pain is critical, but to do so requires giving this woman my bite. Though humans were meant for us, I've never tried it. A part of me fears that I won't be able to stop myself once I have a taste. As she screams again, the debate ends. I bare my fangs and strike, piercing the tender flesh of her wrist, her veins pounding against the skin. Her flesh is feverish, and a new wave of anger hits me. Every Vrykken has the ability to numb their prey. It's meant to aid in hunting, but many do it for the comfort of the humans. Most find it to be enjoyable, euphoric even, and this Vrykken denied her, left her to writhe in pain instead. He's going to pay. Relief washes over me as her cries fade, her body starting to settle as my numbing agent spreads through her. Soft moans escape her, stirring something new in me as she seems to take pleasure in what I'm giving her. But then her unique taste explodes on my tongue, sweet yet tinged with spice, utterly addictive. I swallow reflexively, savoring it despite myself. A rumbling purr echoes through my chest. I know I should withdraw, but cannot make myself pull away. Not until her racing pulse steadies under my lips. Only then do I retract my fangs, shaking off the hypnotic draw of her blood. A low snarl behind me reminds me we are not safe. I turn, wings flaring, to face the furious Vrykken. He will not have this woman. I will make sure he will never think of threatening her again. The Vrykken surges to his feet with an enraged snarl, blood oozing from his nose. He launches at me, swiping for my face. I catch one wrist, but he rakes his hand across my cheek before I can twist his arm. Blood sprays as he lays open the skin from temple to jaw. The pain only fuels my fury. He screams as I wrench the broken arm behind his back, then smash my elbow into his shoulder. Another crunch rings out as I dislocate the joint. "She is mine," I growl as he howls. With renewed strength, the Vrykken lunges, raking his claws across my chest and abdomen. Pain explodes through me as he shreds through skin and muscle, nearly disemboweling me. I may be strong, but I am not well versed in fighting. I wasn't trained to be a scout or a warrior, and it is showing now. I crash to my knees, crippled by the vicious wound. The Vrykken looms over me, grinning in feral triumph, claws dripping with my blood. "Not so strong now, are you, winged one?" He grabs me by the hair, wrenching my head back to expose my throat. "I'll take back what's mine." As his fangs descend toward my jugular, my bleary gaze lands on the woman's motionless form. A primal need to protect her surges through me, overpowering the agony. With a roar, I surge upwards, clamping my hands around the Vrykken's head and slamming my skull into his. He jerks back with a roar, giving me the opening I needed. I hurl him away. He crashes into a massive tree, blood spraying the bark as vines weave up his body to hold him in place. Before he can slide down, I grab him by the throat and slam him back against the tree. His feet dangle helplessly. Clamping my other hand on his shoulder, I dig my fingers deep and rip downward. Flesh tears like paper, muscle shredding as I carve him open diagonally. Intestines bulge from the yawning wound. He wails, thrashing in my grip. Please, mercy! You showed none to her. I drive my fist into his exposed organs. They rupture under the force, acidic bile flooding the cavity. He chokes as it rises into his throat. I drop him contemptuously to the ground. He slams his remaining palm into my knee, shattering the one and making me fall. He doesn't even seem to notice the pain from his eviscerated stomach as he jumps on top of me. She's just a human, he grits out, spit and blood bubbling on his lips. The words only enrage me. I flip us over, getting my foot underneath me as I keep him pinned to the ground. I step on his leg, feeling the bones splinter. Give me one reason why I shouldn't tear you to shreds. When he remains silent, I stomp savagely on his knee, pulverizing the joint completely. His screech echoes through the quiet forest. As I revel in it, he drives his knee up, knocking me over as my hip dislocates. But no real damage is done. He tries crawling away, dragging his mangled leg. I let him think he can escape as I push the joint back in place. When he's a few feet away, I stomp on his back, driving him into the dirt. He chokes as I force his face into the earth. Gripping his remaining good wrist, I wrench upwards as I plant my boot between his shoulder blades. The arm detaches with a wet rip. He screeches, thrashing beneath me. I roll him over and pin his head down with my foot. Look at me, I snarl. His pain-filled eyes meet mine. I grasp his leg just below the knee. You will not touch another human. Say it. When he just whines, I twist sharply. The limb separates, more raggedly than the last. He howls, back arching. I won't touch another. I toss the severed limb aside. Was that so hard? To his credit, he swipes at my leg. I am slowed down by my injuries, blood coating my face and abdomen, and one of my legs is practically useless. But I'm still faster than him with far less damage. I haul him up by the hair and slam my forehead into his nose, crushing the cartilage. Limp in my grip, I hurl him into a tree trunk. He crumples at the base, head lolling, face a mask of blood. One arm dangles by only strings of muscle. He's barely conscious, moaning weakly as his wounds sluggishly knit back together. I will leave him there, satisfied he will never threaten another again. A soft sound comes from behind me, pulling my attention away from the Vraken, the woman shifting on the forest floor. I turn to see her eyes open, my bite having drawn her back from oblivion. As her gaze meets mine, something unfurls within my chest, a feeling I have no name for. It steals the breath from my lungs and makes my pulse pound like war drums. She sits up slowly, pale and disoriented. I stand frozen, unable to look away, torrents raging through my veins. I want to go to her, protect her, spirit her away somewhere safe. The instincts clash with my duty, leaving me reeling. Who are you? Her voice is weak but steady as she eyes me warily. I open my mouth but no words emerge. Something fundamental has shifted in my core, realigning my world off-axis. And I have no idea what to do about it. Chapter 7. Nikolai. I'm still staring at the human woman when I notice just on the horizon the start of sunrise. Damn, I mutter, but it comes out as a rough rasp. I can already feel how drained my magic is after the fight. I used it to make my blows more powerful, and between that and the slow healing, there isn't enough left for a full sun glamour. The woman shifts to her feet, and my eyes dart back to her. Despite some scratches and the blood crusted on her shoulder, she looks fine. My venom must have helped her, and further depleted my magic. Before I can decide what I will do, the first rays of light creep over the edge. The burning smell of flesh tickles my nose, and I twist to see the Vraken behind me blistering beneath the sun creeping up. Very little light is touching us now, but as it climbs, I know that it will do great damage to him, even if he can't die. And I will leave him here to suffer it. But as the light casts over me, I have to draw up the dredges of my magic, stopping the healing that was spreading so slowly through my body. Blood has already dried along my face, itching my skin. But my abdomen is still pouring blood, and my shattered leg isn't supporting any of my weight. The rising sun continues to creep over the trees, rays of light inching closer. I can already feel my glamour weakening as the magic holding it together frays. My eyes dart back to the woman. I should leave her and get to safety, but the thought twists like a knife in my gut. She looks so small and fragile, vulnerable. I take an instinctive step toward her, desperate to shield her from harm. But my shattered knee gives out, and I just catch myself before I crash to the forest floor with a grunt. The impact jars my torn abdomen, fresh blood leaking through my fingers as I clutch the wound, but manage to stay upright. "You need help," she says softly, and I almost laugh at the notion. I will heal, unlike a human. But I don't tell her that. I don't tell her anything. It's no use. I don't have the strength to protect her. And if I try to take her anywhere, my blood will draw predators she stands no chance against in her weakened state. I'm not foolish enough to let both of us suffer because of my decisions, even if something is pulling at me, begging me not to leave her. I wasn't chosen by the temple because I am weak. I do what is right, even if it feels so wrong. As the sunlight inches closer, I make my decision. Using the last dregs of magic, I will get to the wild spawn base and send help for this girl. It's her only hope now. I unfurl my wings, forcing them to spread so I can take to the skies. It will be fastest, even if it will use more energy. It is my best option. Her eyes widen as she takes in my wings behind me. I find myself wishing I had the luxury of time to see what other reactions my inhuman features draw from her. But the creeping sunlight leaves me no choice. With a pained groan, I push myself off the forest floor. The rays make my skin prickle with heat, though not enough to blister yet. It's coming, though. I can feel that much. She takes a small step forward. "Where are you going?" Her voice trembles slightly. "Find shelter." It's all I can manage through clenched teeth as my shredded muscles scream in protest. But I have just enough magic left to do what must be done. Before she can speak again, I beat my wings, which I suddenly realize have small tears I don't recall getting, and launch myself skyward with a powerful downstroke. The damaged tissue strains and pulls, but holds as I fly upward, my eyes sweeping the forest floor, leaving her behind tears at my heart. But it's the only way to save her now. Gripping that truth, I push on through the agony. She needs me, and I will not fail her. Maybe I'm closer than I think. Maybe Lev and the accolades are not far. I just need to find a sign of a wild spawn base, any base. But with my weakened state, I can't feel the thrumming magic of other Vraken gathered. I'm stuck scouting instead, and that is going to take longer than I have time for. My wings slice through the air just above the treetops, straining against the wounds but somehow keeping me aloft. I grit my teeth as fiery pain lances through the shredded muscles with each rapid beat. My tattered skin throbs as sunlight beats down, slowly wearing away the last of my magic. Rivulets of sweat mix with blood, blisters forming on my back as my glamour breaks. "No!" I grit out as I keep pushing, my body being ripped to shreds by the light and wind. I still don't know where I'm going, and I am forced to face the truth. I'm not going to make it to the base. I'm going to have to heal first, which means that the woman is going to be left all alone in the forest. The thought is unbearable, more so than the pain radiating through me. So I have to keep pushing. Suddenly my right wing crumples, the overexerted tissues giving out. I cry out as I plummet through branches, the sharp limbs tearing through skin and scale as I struggle to stay aloft. With a massive effort, I wrench my wings straight just before crashing headfirst into the unforgiving dirt. I hover unevenly, chest heaving, but my brief reprieve is shattered as the left wing goes limp, sending me spinning out of control. I slam into a tree, feeling ribs crack on impact before I can push off and correct my trajectory. "No, no, no," I rasp as I frantically scan the forest below. My skin is sloughing off in charred strips now, vision going dim at the edges. I'm losing too much blood and magic sustaining my decaying glamour. I won't make it to the base at this rate. Just ahead, I spot a cluster of caves carved into a shaded rock face. With a frustrated roar, I angle my ragged descent and crash onto the cool stone floor, my ruined body finally giving out. Finally shielded from the sun's merciless rays, I release my faltering sun glamour with a gasp of relief. The magic falls away, and yet I feel worse than I did before. My empty well of magic hurts like a physical wound, and my mouth is parched. My body is begging for blood that I can't be bothered to hunt for right now. My shredded tunic hangs in tatters, soaked crimson, but my pants are mostly intact with small tears down the legs. With trembling fingers, I rip a strip of cloth from my tunic and tie it tightly around the gaping abdominal wound, biting back a scream as the pressure sends white-hot agony lancing through my nerves. "I need to heal!" I snarl at my failing body. Maybe this is my punishment. For deceiving the council, for not being honest about putting my goddess first. I don't know, but I can't believe that fate is not involved in what has happened to me today. My vision dims, consciousness threatening to slip away as blood trickles down my stomach. Breathing deep, I ride out the torture until it recedes to a throbbing ache. Once I can see clearly again, I place my palm over my leg, knowing that I need it more than anything, and murmur a weak, healing spell. It likely does little, but it's all I can manage now. Utterly spent, with no magic or strength left to give, I know rest is my only hope for recovery. Maybe the first will bless me with an animal wandering too close, and I'll find some blood to replenish what I've lost. As I give in to the black oblivion calling me, my final thoughts are of hazel eyes and thick curly hair. And even as I lose the battle against my body, panic surges through me at the reminder of who I left out there. Will she make it? Or is this just the beginning of what will come after her without me by her side?
Chapter 8. Jessa. I really am an idiot, I mumble as I pick my way through the thick path. The trees sway forward as I make my way through, branches and leaves brushing over my skin. Thankfully, whatever the winged man, or whatever he was, did to me healed me. I feel great. A little tired, but not wounded or in pain. And nowhere near in the state he left in. I haven't let myself think too hard about what happened before. 2 pale men, both beautiful, both biting me. It's confusing enough without the questions that pop up if I examine the situation too closely. So I haven't. I just need to find safety first. Then, I'll worry about what creatures I've encountered. A loose vine caresses my face as if to argue with me, and I shake my head. No, I'm telling you, this is single-handedly the dumbest thing I could do right now. Another pet down my hair. But what option do I have? I'm prodded in the back by a branch, which I interpret to mean that I should keep going. Honestly, I'm halfway convinced that I've been hallucinating for hours, but when there is magic, there is a little sense. Hence, me having a conversation with plants. When the man took off earlier, I knew I couldn't stay where I was. I'm disappointed he didn't take me with him to the base, but I don't blame him. He was in no state to be slowed down. I could see that. So, instead of protesting, I watched the winged man as he left. Powerful muscles rippled under smooth, icy white skin as he unfurled his massive wings. They were enormous, at least 15 feet tip to tip, the membranes torn and bloody. Scarred but stunning. I was shocked as I watched, especially as the sun filtered through them. I'd never seen anything like it, and I was surprised by how enamoured I was. With a rush of displaced air, he beat those mighty wings and launched himself skyward. I should have been more aware of my surroundings, but I was stuck watching in awe as those powerful limbs propelled him higher with each downstroke. He moved with predatory grace, exuding danger and beauty in equal measure even in his state. The sunrise caught on the obsidian claws at each wingtip, making them gleam. His long hair streamed behind him like a banner as he took off overhead. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I was left breathless, heart stuttering in my chest. I'd never seen anything so stunning yet terrifying as this wild, winged man in flight. He stirred some primal awe within me, speaking to an ancient instinct. And after he left, I hoped and prayed that he would find his way back. I want him to recover, and not just to help me. Yes, I am grateful he came to my aid, but I also hate that he was injured doing so. I did expect him to have found help by now, and with the way he came to my rescue, I thought he'd extend that to me. But it's been hours, the sun high in the sky, and no one has come for me. Thankfully, nothing has come after me either, thanks to my plant friends that have been shielding me. So I did the only thing I could think of. I kept moving. Sitting still is easy prey for anything out here, and I did see the direction he went in. It's a long shot, but I'm hoping if I just keep following the path of his trajectory, I will find a place where I can finally be safe. Do you even know where you are taking me? I ask the tree that leans into me, nudging me forward. It presses harder, and I take that as an indication that it does. The trees continue nudging me onward, branches gently caressing my arms and back, as if to reassure me I'm on the right path. I'm not fully convinced, but don't seem to have much choice other than to trust the strange sentience of the forest. You better know where we're going, I mumble, but continue placing one foot in front of the other. After what feels like hours of stumbling through the increasingly dense underbrush, the trees give one final push, and I emerge into a small clearing. Craggy rock cliffs tower overhead, the stone face dotted with cave openings of varying sizes. But no wild spont base, no humans or people or anything. I turn back to the trees, exasperated. Okay, now what? The branches rustle soundlessly, offering no explanation. Letting out a frustrated huff, I scan the area. That's when a soft blue glow catches my eye, emanating from the cavern with a wide mouth. It pulses slowly, like a heartbeat, a hypnotic rhythm beckoning me closer. Crystals embedded in the exterior cave walls appear to be the source, glinting with ethereal light. You know, I say even as I feel a pull to the cavern. That seems like a terrible place for me to go. The trees rustle in protest, and the glow burns brighter. My feet carry me toward it instinctively, curiosity overpowering caution. The shine intensifies as I approach the entrance, magical energy seeming to thrum through the very air. I put my hand out, running it over the cool stone that hums beneath my palm. It feels as if it's greeting me, and I wonder if maybe I was wrong. Maybe there is something out here. The forest seems to know what it was doing after all. There must be a reason I am here. I start to edge forward before I think better of it. My last bright idea left me bleeding out in the forest. Maybe this isn't a great one either. Or maybe I should start trusting something besides myself. These trees seem very insistent after all, and I have to admit I am curious. Pausing at the threshold, I glance back at the silent trees once more. This better not get me killed. Their only response is a gust of wind pushing me forward. My heart pounds a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I peer into the dim cave. I don't know what I was expecting, but the sight before me still makes me freeze. A figure lies crumpled on the rocky ground, one hand pressed tightly to his side. Shadows drape the interior, making it hard to discern much beyond the basic shape of him. Something dark and jagged lies on the cave floor behind him. A growing puddle beneath his body glints wetly in the faint light. I hesitate at the entrance, nerves sparking uncertainty through my veins. Can I trust my instincts after that vile creature attacked me? But the trees rustle encouragingly, vines along the cave entrance caressing my arms as if to say, go to him. I must be losing my mind, listening to plants. I mutter under my breath. Still, I find myself drawn forward into the cave toward the injured form. A part of me wonders, no, it can't be him. The crystal's glow pulses stronger with each step I take, as if responding to my presence. Their blue light reveals more details about the figure sprawled on the ground. His skin is an ashen grey, almost metallic. The substance pooling under him looks black in the shadows. Blood, I realise with a lurch. Swallowing hard, I gather my courage and inch closer. The pulsing azure light finally illuminates wings folded behind him. Thick and leathery, dyed crimson with blood both fresh and dried. My heart stutters. I recognise him now. It is the winged man who saved me. "Why are you here?" I murmur. Dried blood cakes the side of his face and neck, matching the macabre stain across his torso. His chest still rises and falls, though it is shallow. Still, it is quite a miracle after what he has endured. Unease wars with concern within me. I shouldn't be here, yet I can't bring myself to leave him. He saved me, and now it seems I have the opportunity to do the same. What do? I ask the silent trees. As if in response, the crystals blaze brighter, casting their glow over the entirety of the small cave. Taking it as a sign, I creep forward until I can properly assess his injuries. Deep lacerations carve down his abdomen, oozing fresh blood. Bruises and scratches mottle his skin, rips adorn his wings, and one leg seems to be shattered. My heart aches at the damage, even as caution whispers this creature is dangerous. I look to the plants once more for guidance, but receive only silence. My choice alone, it seems. With a deep breath, I steel my nerves and reach out a tentative hand. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I grip the hem of my tunic and rip a long strip of fabric. I hesitate only a moment before kneeling by his side. As gently as I can, I unwrap the makeshift bandage already around his abdomen that is soaked through. It needs to be replaced, and I use my scrap of cloth, trying to staunch the sluggish bleeding, even as I worry of the infection he might get from the dirty fabric. He tenses under my touch, a pained hiss escaping him even unconscious. I freeze, worried I've hurt him worse. But then his eyes flicker open, gleaming a bright amber in the dim light. They fix on me, wary and confused. "Let me help you," I whisper, keeping my voice soft and hands still. "Please." He simply watches me for a long moment, muscles coiled tight. I hold my breath, unsure if he'll accept my aid or lash out. Gods only know what this man could do to me if he felt threatened, and right now he is not looking at me with relief. He's looking at me like I'm his prey.
Chapter 9. Nikolai. I am so thirsty. It's the only thought echoing through my pounding head as my senses pick up the smell of a human. The first has blessed me after all. But as my fangs snap down, my body begging for a mouthful of blood, her voice breaks me out of my trance. "Let me help you." Those fierce hazel eyes sweep over me, not holding pity or triumph, but concern. Why should she care? Please. I'm salivating for a taste of her. But now that she's shoving the fogginess from my brain, the logic part of me is screaming to get away. I'm not in the state to make decisions, and I need to put distance between us. I need some rest and blood. I try to scramble back, but I can't move. Instead, I let out a long, low groan as pain lances through my body, and I feel fresh blood trickle down the shredded skin of my abdomen. "You're making it worse." She still hasn't come closer, and I see a flicker of fear dance across her features. I can help. But she waits for me to agree to it before she tries to reach for me again. She's put a little distance between us since replacing my bandage, and I wonder if she doesn't trust me. If she sees me like the other spineless Vraken. That thought is enough to soothe my desire to drink from her. I manage a soft nod, and relief floods her features as she comes closer. I let my head droop back against the cool rock. You shouldn't have flown, she murmurs as she gets a closer look. It's made your wounds worse. I grunt in response. Suddenly she stands, walking away. I can hear her outside the cave, muttering to something. Herself, I suppose, though I can't make out what she is saying. I wonder if she's going to come back as time runs together and blackness edges into my vision. But then her footsteps pull me back to the moment, and when she kneels next to me, I see the leaves of healing plants in one hand and a makeshift bowl of water in the other. I'm Jessa, by the way, she murmurs as she sets both down. Jessa, I think. What a beautiful name. She moves slowly, making sure her actions are clear as she inches closer. I force my body to remain still, fingers curled tightly into fists, to resist lashing out instinctively. Gently, she peels away the already soiled bandage around my abdomen she just wrapped there. I can't hold back a grimace as the pressure pulls at torn flesh. But her touch remains light, clearly trying not to cause me more pain. Her brow furrows in concentration as she cleans the gashes as best she can. The care in her ministration surprises me. She has no reason to show me such kindness. I search her face for any sign of disgust or lingering fear, but find only compassion. Once the wounds are wrapped securely with a fresh binding of cloth and leaves, Jessa sits back on her heels, gaze tentatively meeting mine. Try not to move too much. You've lost a lot of blood. Her voice is soft but firm. I give a small nod of acquiescence, taken aback by this human who selflessly aids a monster like myself. Perhaps she possesses a purity of spirit I have not encountered before. A wary instinct still whispers to me to be alert, but her healing touch eases some of the darkness clouding my mind. For now, I will allow this unexpected respite she provides. My body needs rest to recover, and her presence seems to grant that. Do you have a name? She says as silence wraps around us. I shift slowly, finding it in myself to pull up into a seated position. Ni. A cough shudders through my body, and I have to fight through it as it racks me. My body is healing, trying to clear the blood from my lungs, but I am still too weak. I need blood. Nikolai, I wheeze once the fit is over. A small smile spreads across her face, and my heart stumbles. What a lovely name. Before I can reply, another coughing fit pushes through me, and I hunch forward, sliding back to the cavern floor, unable to support my weight any longer. Jessa rushes to my side, but can do nothing as I struggle to breathe. She turns, grabbing the bowl of water. You need fluids, she says, bringing it to my lips. I turn my head away sharply. I don't drink water. You don't? She shakes her head. You need to replenish your fluids, she says again sharply. I drink blood. The words slip out before I can restrain them. I don't have the energy to keep arguing with her, or bother with edging around the reason. Jessa pauses, eyes widening briefly. But she doesn't press for an explanation. She simply sets the bowl aside. I'm grateful for her tact. Then, to my shock, she holds her slender wrist in front of my mouth in offering. Take what you need, she says steadily, though her pulse flickers rapidly under her skin. The temptation proves immense, my concentration fractured by thirst and pain. I can nearly taste the sweet metallic tang as my fangs elongate instinctively, but I clench my jaw tightly shut. No. My refusal comes out as a hoarse rasp. I cannot. To bite this innocent human who has shown me nothing but kindness would be unforgivable. I had to save her from another's bite, and I know I can't restrain myself right now. I barely did before. With immense effort, I turn my head away from the proffered wrist. A low noise of frustration escapes my throat, but I will not give in to weakness. Jessa withdraws her arm slowly, nodding. Then I'll find you something else, she says after a moment's thought. Before I can protest, she slips out of the cave into the forest. I'm too weak to call after her, anxiety swirling that she'll meet danger out there unprotected. But she returns swiftly, holding a small, furry creature with tiny horns. A suru, I realize. My fangs lengthen as the scent of blood hits me. It was already dead, Jessa explains quickly, seeing my reaction. She holds it to my lips. I clamp down on the Suru's neck, warm blood filling my mouth in a dizzying rush. Power thrums through me with each swallow, the very cells of my body rejoicing. I can feel my torn flesh start to knit back together. Healing finally started, marginally, by the vital fluid. The blood coats my dry throat like honey, making a small difference in a bone-deep thirst. Small drops of strength seep back into my weakened limbs, but my mind is still clouded by pain and hunger. I drain every precious drop from the Suru before reluctantly releasing the small carcass. Jessa watches silently, making no comment on what she's witnessed. "Thank you," I rasp, meaning it deeply. But my head lolls back, strength still evading me. It was enough to staunch the bleeding in my abdomen, but the blood is already used up, my magic trying to wring out every bit of strength I have as soon as I get it. "You need more," Jessa says. "No." I can barely open my eyes as I reach out for her, but she's already gone. Wait. It seems the little human is stubborn, though. She comes back with another Suru, a season, and a small eye-pin. She claims they were all already dead, which is lucky for me, at least. With each animal, I feel the smallest shift in my body, but it's not enough. I'm still thirsty, still in need of more, and I think Jessa can see it. After the fourth carcass hits the ground, she takes a seat next to me, peering at me with an analytical gaze. "What?" I say, my throat still rasping. My blood has clotted, my legs somewhat healed, but my body is still weak and defenseless. "You need more," she muses. I'm about to protest when I realize she's right. I've never been so badly injured, and I've always heard that human blood is the best for us. It makes us the strongest, and I know that as little as I want to give in, I'm going to have to. Otherwise it could take weeks to heal, and I can't keep Jessa and I out here. Already the accolades must be wondering what delayed me a day. It's making my position look shaky, and if I don't show up, or worse, someone finds me injured out here, it will only make my mission harder. Not to mention I fear what will find us if we stay here too long. What will find Jessa? I stare at the pile of drained carcasses, knowing that hunting could be just as dangerous. She can't keep going out there. But Jessa is right. I need more blood to properly heal. A lot more. As much as it pains me, I know what must be done. I meet her steady gaze and give a small nod. "I won't heal without it," I acquiesce. Jessa extends her wrist once more without hesitation. But still I hesitate, fear and self-loathing rising within me. She does not understand the risk. One misstep, a second of lost control, and I could end this innocent life. I close my eyes, praying that I will have enough restraint. When I open them, Jessa waits expectantly. With a shuddering breath, I take her slim wrist in my hand. Her pulse flutters against my thumb, but she does not pull away. Leaning in, my incisors snap down as the mouth-watering scent of her skin fills my scenes. Breathing deeply, I close my eyes. "Please, Akeladama," I beg silently. "Don't let me indulge too much." Chapter 10. Nikolai. Leaning forward, I scrape my teeth along her wrist, trying to prepare both of us for what's going to happen. But I'm not ready for the way a soft gasp would escape her, or the way my body reacts to it. My mouth still hovering above her skin, my eyes flick up to see her cheeks tinge pink. "Sorry." She swallows, and watching her throat work does something unexpected to me. "Go on." But her fear scents the air. It finally hits me that the last time this hurt her. She doesn't know that I won't allow that. So I brush my lips over her skin, fighting a groan at how she tastes already, and murmur, "It's not going to hurt." I don't give her time to respond, mostly because my body can no longer be restrained before my teeth pierce her thin flesh. Instinctually, she jerks, and my hands clamp around her wrist to keep her in place. I want to say it's to keep her from slicing open, but it's really that I have lost all control of my senses. Her blood floods my mouth, even more exquisite now that I am starving for it. I drink in slow mouthfuls, trying hard to be aware of how much I am draining her. My numbing agent was already coating my fangs when I bit down. It takes Jessa all of 30 seconds to throw her head back and moan. Yes. She slowly slides back and I push up onto my knees, curling over her wrist as I force my teeth out. My tongue flicks over the skin, laving over the wound and drinking in every drop. I'm dying for more, but I look over at Jessa. She's lying full back on the bed of rock and cool moss, her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. Her body writhes slightly, soft whimpers escaping her as she does so. It's enough for me to move over her, brushing her hair back as I inspect her. I thought it wouldn't cause her pain, but maybe I was wrong. My eyes dart to the hammering pulse along her neck, my nature fighting my mind, but I keep distance between us as I lean over her. Jessa? More, she cries softly, her body arching up off the stone. It felt good. She tries to blink open her heavy eyelids and fails. Why? Her voice is all dreamy, assuaging my worries that she is in pain. Why did you stop? I hover over Jessa, unsure what to make of her reaction. She writhes gently, cheeks flushed as she begs for more. I don't want to take too much, I rasp out, though my fangs ache to pierce her tender flesh again. Please, she breathes, tilting her head to bare the graceful column of her throat. It feels so good. I clench my fists against the urge to comply, to send her spiraling deeper into intoxicated bliss. You've lost blood already. It's not safe. Jessa makes a small sound of frustration, still lost in a haze of endorphins. I don't care. I need it. Need you. Her eyes flutter open halfway, glazed with desire. Swallowing hard, I debate what I should do. As much as her willing surrender tempts me, I try to reason not to indulge further. She is helpless to resist in this state. Please, Jessa breathes again, her voice throaty. She reaches up to cup my face with trembling fingers, guiding me back toward her bared throat. You haven't taken too much, she insists, though her words are slightly slurred. Just one more. I try to resist, but her floral scent envelops me, sweet and heady. As she arches up, her body brushes against mine, kindling a very different hunger. A ragged groan escapes me unbidden. An image flashes behind my eyes of her bare beneath me, begging me to cover her in bites. My heart pounds with her taste still coating my tongue, and the idea of seeing her skin decorated in my marks, bruises and bites alike. I wouldn't be gentle with her, but I can tell she wouldn't want it to be. And that idea alone has new urges blooming through me. I have to put an end to this. Jessa, we shouldn't. My weak protest dies as she presses my face into the crook of her neck. Her racing pulse thrums against my lips, the call of her blood impossible to ignore. Hands skimming down her sides to her waist, I let my fangs graze her skin. She shivers, tangling her fingers in my hair to hold me close. My predatory instincts surge, desperate to make this human as mine. Yes, Nikolai, she whispers, baring herself fully to me. Please. The breathy plea shatters my restraint. With a feral growl, I sink my teeth deep once more, her body arching sharply beneath me. Jessa cries out, but in ecstasy, not pain. I'm careful not to drink much. It's just enough to make my veins feel like they're on fire and pour more numbing agent through her body. No matter what she says, I don't want to push her too far. But damn if the taste of her filling my body and bringing me back to life, doesn't do something to me. I scrape my fangs along her sensitive skin, earning me another groan as she twists both hands in my long strands. I lap at the wound, savoring the taste of her as I do, and she whimpers as she leans into me. She wraps a leg around my hips, locking me against her as she rocks up into me. Fingers tangling almost painfully in my hair, she holds me to her throat, and I continue to lick and suck, not taking blood but getting lost in the rhythm of her hips. Strength surges through me now after drinking so deeply, power thrumming in my veins. I notice as I hold myself above her, gently pressing myself against her, that I feel no pain. My skin has knitted back together, my bones and joints healed. Her blood works through me like the most potent elixir, chasing away weakness and pain. Already I feel energized in a way the animal carcasses could not grant. She sustains me wholly, body and mind. I lap at the puncture wounds until they close, sealing away the precious blood that has revived me. Jessa continues rocking against me, soft moans escaping her lips. With care, I detach her leg from around my hips and pull back to meet her hooded gaze. Despite the euphoric haze I've put her under, clarity still shines in her hazel eyes. Jessa reaches up to cup my face with a trembling hand. "I want more," she whispers. I grasp her wrist, stilling its movement. I can't take any more blood. It's too dangerous. I don't mean that. Jessa trails her fingers along my jaw. I want this. I want you. Before I can react, she draws my mouth down to meet hers in a heated kiss. I tense, shocked by the contact, before instinct takes over, and I return her caresses hungrily. She tastes of life itself. When we finally part for air, I press my forehead to hers, struggling to collect my scattered thoughts. We shouldn't. Not while you're still affected. Jessa smiles up at me languidly. I'm still me. I know what I want. She claims my mouth again, banishing any further protests. For now, I let her take the lead, allowing us both this fragile moment of bliss. Sucking my bottom lip into her mouth, I let out a shocked hiss when she bites at my flesh. Blood tinges my taste buds, and I'm not sure how to feel as my taste mingles with hers. But then Jessa's tongue lashes out, lapping up the blood, and I pull back to see her run her tongue across her body lip. I'm not sure how long I will be able to hold back. I want her. I want to see her split open by me, her flesh covered in my marks, her blood pumping through my veins. I want her squirming from my venom as her body squeezes my veins, begging for a release only I can give her. As if she can read my intentions on my face, she pushes up on her elbows and playfully nips at my lip again. The wound is already healed, but the reminder has a low growl building in my throat. But when she reaches between us and pulls her tunic overhead, leaving her breasts only covered by a thin white material, I can see her puckered nipples through. The growl rips free. Her eyes light up, and I pounce. Grabbing her wrists, I push them above her head, holding her in place as my lips claim hers. It's less gentle this time, as my tongue sweeps in to claim hers. Both of her legs wrap around my waist, her hips rolling up to meet mine as I get lost in every bit of her. I should have known the second I felt the call of this woman that she would be trouble. She's taking control of me, and I'm so far gone, I don't think I could claw my way back out. And as she whimpers against me, panting as I lean down to lick and suck at her throat again, I'm not sure I want to.
Chapter 11. Jessa. I'm so sorry to interrupt, just as we're getting to the good part. Unfortunately, this content is too heated for YouTube. But good news, you can listen to the full unabridged version of events on worldsofprothika.com using discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products. As much as I know you'd love to listen here, you can access all the content your heart desires on the website.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprothika.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 12. Jessa. The floor is cold when I wake up. Without opening my eyes, I reach out, but my arms come up empty. Nikolai? I ask groggily as I sit up. I squint against the bright sun shining into the cave as I stretch out. My entire body aches, but I don't mind it. I feel oddly at peace for the first time ever. I'm waking up when I want with no plans and no one else to bother me. No one else. The fog of sleep quickly evaporates. Nikolai! I yell, my throat hoarse as I scramble for my clothes. I need water and food, but first and foremost, I need to know if he left me. I stumble out of the cave as I finish pulling my pants up, and relief hits me. I see a giant pair of black wings across the clearing. There you are. He doesn't turn around, though. I walk towards Nikolai, confused why he doesn't acknowledge me. What's going on? He remains facing away, massive wings folded rigidly behind him. In the morning light, I can see his body is fully healed. Not a scratch remains on smooth, pale skin or sculpted muscle. His pants are tattered, shirt gone, but he looks strong and whole. He remains facing away, massive wings folded rigidly behind him. After an endless moment, Nikolai turns halfway, still not quite meeting my eyes. Go get water. We're leaving. With that, he stalks back into the cave, leaving me stunned. Rejection pierces through the hazy bliss of last night. What did I do wrong? I gave him my blood. I nursed him to health, and he took it all. It's not like he didn't seem to enjoy it. He was very actively participating. Anger and hurt well up inside me at his cold dismissal. But he's right about one thing at least. We need to get to the base. Maybe I could figure something out along the way. So, I steel myself and head to the nearby stream I found yesterday. I wash up quickly and drink my fill, emotions churning. By the time I return to the cave mouth, Nikolai is emerging, though what he was inside for I'm not sure. He strides right past me into the forest without even looking in my direction. Fighting back tears, I hurry to catch up. His indifference hurts more deeply than any wound could. But I refuse to let it show, holding my head high as I follow silently into the forest. I trail behind Nikolai as he navigates effortlessly through the dense forest. The trees are oddly still and silent this time, no longer caressing me forward. After some time, Nikolai glances back, brow furrowed. How did you find me before, in the cave? I meet his piercing gaze. The trees led me to you. He stares at me for a long moment. Before he can respond, a branch reaches out to brush my shoulder. I feel the trees urging me onward once more. Nikolai's eyes widen fractionally as another branch nudges me forward. The trees, they respond to you? They helped lead me to safety before, I reply, letting the trees guide my path. I think they wanted me to find you. Nikolai is silent, watching the swaying boughs intently. I can't decipher his pensive expression. Without a word, he turns and continues walking briskly. I hurry after Nikolai, nearly jogging to keep up as his long strides eat up the distance. He navigates effortlessly through the tangled underbrush, while I stumble over protruding roots and vines, which do not seem inclined to help me besides the one appearance. The forest is oddly subdued, even the chattering of birds and insects muted. In fact, even the wind seems still, not helping me again just like the trees. Unease swirls within me at their unnatural stillness. Do you actually know where we're going? I finally dare to ask Nikolai, after nearly twisting my ankle for the third time. He doesn't slow or look back at me as he responds with a derisive sneer. Of course I know where we're going. I flinch at the contempt in his voice. Just yesterday he was saving me, taking me, and now he addresses me so cruelly. The emotional whiplash leaves me reeling. Before I can dwell on his confusing behaviour, a sudden rush of air stirs the branches overhead. I glance up just as a winged figure drops from the canopy, controlling his descent with slow sweeps of massive black wings like Nikolai's. He lands nimbly in front of us, wings spread wide before folding neatly against his muscular back. Up close, I see his chiselled features are incredibly handsome, with high cheekbones and intense green eyes. Long golden hair spills over his shoulders in tousled waves. Lev. Nikolai greets him, the warmth in his voice a sharp contrast to how he's been speaking to me. Nikolai! He doesn't even glance in my direction. Where have you been? I had a nasty run-in with another Vrakan. Nikolai shrugs one shoulder, and I want to scream. It's like they both don't know I'm here. But at least I know that's what the creature that attacked me was called. Or maybe that's what these two are too, even though they have wings, and he did not. I commit the name to memory as Nikolai and Lev clasp forearms in clear camaraderie, planning to learn more about it later. The base isn't far. I'll escort you the rest of the way, Lev says, flashing a grin that reveals his own fangs. A chill runs down my spine at the sight, my self-preservation instincts on high alert, being surrounded by two apex predators. Lev gestures for us to follow him deeper into the shadowy forest. Nikolai seems relaxed with his ally, laughing and conversing easily, but doesn't bother to introduce us. I trail silently behind the two imposing winged men, unease creeping up my spine. I wish the trees would offer me some form of guidance or reassurance, but they remain eerily motionless. Where exactly are they taking me, and what awaits us at this mysterious base? Apprehension twists my insides into knots, but I force myself to continue putting one foot in front of the other. I trail after Lev and Nikolai as we wind through the dense forest. After about a mile, the trees thin out, and we enter a sunlit clearing filled with wildflowers. A sprawling complex rises up in front of us. My eyes widen as we pass through what must be a field of magic as it crackles over me into a bustling courtyard. There are some people, or is it Vrakan, that have wings, but most look almost human. I can tell the distinction, though. The Vrakan look otherworldly, even without wings. The main building is massive with various hallways that shoot off. It's simple, made with thick wood and no windows that I can see. As we approach, I can see a few smaller buildings and training areas that are similar to things I have seen in Leondor. It's all simplistic, but there's a sense of peace. No one here is barking orders or screaming, not like on the Dark Elf farm, and I'm stunned that I actually found the base. Nikolai doesn't even glance at me as we enter the main doors into the main building. The space hums with activity, mostly humans clustered in conversation or gathered eating at the kitchenette area. Lev turns to me, looking at me for the first time. Alina will help you get settled, he explains, cracking the door open to another bustling room. A young woman about my age glances up from where she's perched on one of the counters. Shoulder-length curly red hair frames a round, freckled face and warm brown eyes. She hops up, walking toward us, and Lev gives her a nod before he and Nikolai take off in the opposite direction. Hi there, I'm Alina. She introduces herself with a dimpled grin. Her enthusiasm is infectious. I'm Jessa, I reply with a tentative smile. Welcome, Jessa, let me show you around. Alina links her arm through mine and leads me down the plain wooden hallway. This will be our room. She pushes open a door to reveal a snug space, just big enough for two small cots on opposite walls, and notably no window. A worn woven rug adds a splash of colour to the scuffed floorboards. My last roommate just got mated, so I guess you'll be bunking with me. At the end of the hall is a shared bathroom with a row of sinks and shower stalls with faded floral curtains. Alina shows me where to find fresh towels and toiletries. Come on, the best part is out here. She guides me back outside into the late morning sunshine. The grounds are peaceful, with rambling gardens cared for by the humans. Since we need to eat, unlike the Vrakan, we handle growing the food. You can't trust what grows in the wild spont. It could be poisoned by magic. As we meander through the rows of vegetables and herbs, inhaling their earthy scents, I glance at Alina curiously. So what exactly is this place? She doesn't even blink, like she's explained it a dozen times. I wonder if she always helps new girls get acclimated. The Vrakan have been enemies of the Dark Elves for centuries. Supposedly, they were brought here at the start of Pratheka by their god, Akaldama, who created the first, The first Vraken, that is. They're immortal, super strong, have magic. She shrugs. Really, the only downside is they can't be in the sun. Even though there's a sun glamour over the base, they're pretty nocturnal. And they only drink blood, so you have to watch out a little. She shoots me a look. They've been bringing humans here from the villages to bolster their ranks because there's going to be another war against the Dark Elves. So I guess you're our latest recruit. I chew my lip, digesting this information. I still have so many unanswered questions, but Alina redirects me towards a long, rectangular building before I can ask more. Let's get some food first. I bet you're starving. She pulls open the heavy wooden door, a waft of delicious scents hitting me. Inside is a massive kitchen bustling with activity. Cooks tend bubbling pots on fiery stoves, while others knead dough or carve meat. My mouth waters. Alina leads me to a counter overflowing with fresh-baked bread, roasted meats, and bowls of mixed vegetables. My stomach growls loudly at the spread. After filling a plate, she hands me a metal cup full of cool water. We settle at a long table, the wood worn smooth by use. I'm halfway through my meal when Nikolai and Lev stride back through the dining hall, deep in discussion. He's dressed now, moving around well and perfectly healed. It almost hurts to look at him, though. As if sensing my gaze, Nikolai's amber eyes flick to mine for a brief second. The cold indifference in his expression steals my breath. It's as if the tender moments we shared meant nothing to him now. The whiplash of his mood leaves me reeling. I stare after him long after he's disappeared from view, questions swirling dizzyingly. How could he go from saving my life so gently to treating me with such cruelty and disregard? Nikolai clearly regrets what passed between us, though his mixed signals in the cave told a different story. I won't let him avoid me and pretend it never happened, no matter how much his rejection stings. I need answers. About us, and about this place he's brought me to. If he won't give them willingly, then I'll seek them out myself. Nikolai underestimates my determination if he thinks he can ignore me forever. Turning back to my plate, I push away the hurt threatening to overwhelm me. I'll learn what I can from Alina for now. But when the time comes, Nikolai won't be able to dodge me any longer.
Chapter 13. Nikolai. You have no structure, I say to the wingless Vraken sitting before me. Ezra was one of Brinda's longest bedmates, and I have a feeling that's how this watery-blooded weakling got to his position. He props his feet up on the desk before him. What he needs a desk for in this office, that is clearly where he drinks and has sex and ignores his duties. I do not know. It's not like he's keeping up with correspondence or their influx of new humans and Vraken. We are Vraken, Temple Boy. We are supposed to indulge. You should know that after dedicating your life to Akeldama. I'm not going to impose more restraints on the Vraken here when they have been shoved underground for so long. I grit my teeth at the dig. I've dedicated my life to carrying out our god and goddess's wishes, and overruling the Dark Elves should come above all else. My muscles are tense as I clasp my hands behind my back, my wings tucked in tight and high. There needs to be structure, training scouts for that to happen. Turning on my heel, I stride from Ezra's office, nails digging into my palms in frustration. That incompetent fool is going to doom us all if he remains in charge. As I move through the sprawling encampment, the disarray only becomes more evident. The training grounds are nearly deserted, weapons and gear strewn haphazardly. There are no sentries stationed at the perimeter, leaving us vulnerable to attacks. In the courtyard, there are Vraken lounging lazily, day drinking rather than training. There's no hunting parties to bring in replenishments for the scouts, probably because there are no scouts, and it seems that humans and maid Vraken are filtering into this base at an unknown rate, with no proper structure to teach them about being a Vraken or our ways. It seems that they all have forgotten the reason that we were sent up here, and all discipline has vanished. At this rate, we stand no chance against the Dark Elves. Their forces outnumber and outprepare us at every turn. Ezra's negligence has left us absurdly vulnerable. There have been 4 bases established so far, this one the latest, and I haven't heard great reputations of 2 of the others. The only base that has any kind of respect was the first to be established, and even then it is led by a human. Much needs to change. I passed the human dormitories wondering if Jessa has settled into her quarters. I hope Alina is keeping her company. No, I can't afford to worry about one insignificant human. What happened between us was a momentary lapse of judgment, fueled by bloodlust and my weakened state. Vraken and humans must remain separate. Priestess Adelina taught me that. In fact, it's the whole reason I'm here, and yet I've already forgotten. I cannot allow another such intimate encounter. It goes against our oldest traditions. No matter how sweet her blood tasted, or how soft her skin felt beneath my hands, I must resist. It was folly to indulge such desires at all. From now on, I will keep my distance from the tempting human girl. I approached the ramshackle barracks building, its walls constructed from felled logs and crude mud plaster. The door hangs crookedly from 2 uneven leather hinges, swinging open enough for the stench of stale ale to waft out. From within comes the raucous laughter and jeering of coarse male voices, interspersed with the occasional giggle of a feminine lilt. The lewd sounds raise the hair on the back of my neck. I stride up to the entrance, the packed dirt soft under my boots. With a swift kick, I send the flimsy wooden door crashing violently against the interior wall. It splinters down the middle from the force. Inside, the small space is crowded with at least 10 Vraken warriors lounging arrogantly atop makeshift furniture. I note that none have wings as they lounge across piles of pelts serving as beds. In their hands, they clutch overflowing tankards sloshing with ale, the bitter smell cloying. Their clothing is disheveled, armor pieces discarded haphazardly on the floor amidst empty bottles, and the scent of blood taints the air. At their feet kneel 4 human women, faces downturned demurely. They're all naked, either stroking the Vraken closest to them or refilling tankards dutifully. Their body language screams submission. The raucous laughter cuts off abruptly at my entrance, all eyes turning towards me with hostility. Their faces bear the red flush of inebriation. "Why haven't you reported for duty or training?" I demand, unable to keep the bite of anger from my tone. One of the Vraken, his unruly dark hair tied back in a short bun, sneers at me. "We don't take orders from the likes of you. Real Vraken take what they want, when they want." The drunk Vraken's words make my blood boil. I take a step further into the room, wings flaring in dominance. "You know nothing of being Vraken if you reject duty and discipline so foolishly," I spit back at him. The brute leans forward with a mocking grin. "We didn't escape those dark elf bastards just to chain ourselves to new rules. We follow our own path." The others grunt in agreement, grip tightening on their tankards. One trails a proprietary hand over the human female kneeling closest to him. "Enjoy your debauchery while you can," I state coldly. "But you will submit to training and the chain of command here. That is not a request." The first Vraken stands, swaying slightly. "Make me." He spits at my feet insolently. In a flash, I have him by the throat, slamming his back against the crude timber wall. The wood cracks under the impact. Fear flashes in his bloodshot eyes. Good. They should have felt it when they saw my wings alone. "You will show respect, or I will beat it into your worthless hide," I snarl, baring my fangs inches from his face. The others shrink back warily. With disgust, I shove the drunkard away. He slumps to the floor, coughing and massaging his bruised neck. I pin each Vraken with a piercing glare. "Consider this your first and only warning. The time for indulgence has passed. Battle is coming, and you will be ready." I turn on my heel and stride angrily from the barracks, letting the splintered door slam shut behind me. The pitiful Vraken licking their wounds inside are not worth another moment of my time. It's clear too many here flout the old rules and traditions, indulging in debauchery instead of honing their skills as warriors. and the council seems content to ignore the decay spreading through our ranks, remaining isolated below ground. Things cannot continue down this ruinous path. If the council will not act, then it falls to me to whip this place into shape. Starting immediately, I will instill discipline across the base through rigorous training and adherence to strict protocols. The time for indulgence and languor is over. Those unwilling to fall in line will face severe punishments. We cannot afford weak links when the Dark Elves come for us. I will cut out this infection of hedonism by any means necessary. The humans flocking here will finally serve a clear purpose as well. No longer mere playthings, they will take their place as vital support for our coming war. As I think of the humans here serving a greater purpose, my traitorous thoughts turn to her, Jessa. The feeling of her soft skin beneath my hands haunts me, the sweetness of her blood on my tongue. No matter how I try to silence my desires, they persist. She stirs feelings in me I thought long dead, a flickering of light piercing my darkness. I crave the closeness we shared, the wholeness I felt, however briefly. But the temple has forbidden for Vraken and humans to intertwine so intimately. Humans weren't meant to be our equal, though some clearly disregard those traditions today. I've always been loyal to our teachings, yet my very blood seems to call for her, my thoughts consumed with hazel eyes and curly hair. She could be my salvation, if only I would allow it. I halt, shaking my head sharply. No, I cannot continue down that path. It will only lead to ruin for us both. I must purge this weakness from within me. No matter how fiercely it claws inside my chest, demanding I go to her, make things right, I will resist. I must. The war must come first now. My feet feel heavy as I force myself onward, leaving thoughts of Jessa behind. I need to keep my distance from her, even in my mind. She's a weakness that I struggle against, one I can't give in to. Gods know that I might drown in her if I do again.
Chapter 14. Jessa. You just need someone with the right touch, don't you? I murmur to the plants. I don't even blink at it, though I can see some of the other humans glancing in my direction. I've been talking to plants my entire life. Most of the time, they were the only thing I could trust on the farm. I think those things have grown twice as high in the week you've been here, Alina says, coming up behind me. Half of them were dying under my watch. I stand up, brushing the dirt off my hands on my pants. It's all I've ever done. She slings an arm around my shoulder. I've learned over the last few days that Alina's bubble personality does not wear down. She's always upbeat, skipping around and checking on everyone. I'm pretty sure her job is to keep the humans happy, but I haven't pried. Honestly, I'm still trying to piece together what this place is. Alina has explained a little more to me. The lore behind the Vraken is hard to wrap my mind around, but I guess it shouldn't shock me that there are other planets. The first, a woman made from a human herself, was given her magic and strength and wings from their god, Akeldama. She was given 1 year to make more Vraken, and then he brought them all to Prathika. He even brought humans here, they say. The 13 didn't like that, though, and they made the Dark Elves. It was an all-out battle after that. The Vraken and the Dark Elves used everything in their power, even begging their gods for new races like the Manticore and Dragon Shifters to try and topple the other. The Vraken were eventually driven underground, though, when the first went missing, and they stayed there until recently. Apparently, over time, as they mated with humans, their magic diminished, and their wings started to disappear. The wild spont has always hidden them, the magic here so intense and potent it can scramble anyone not used to it. But now, as they've returned to the surface and found so many humans ready to turn on the Dark Elves, they knew it was time. The first told them that only one race could walk the surface, and they are certain it will be them. Well, you've done a great job, Alina says as she steers me out of the farming area. We'll make it another month with you. And then under her breath, she adds, hopefully more. My eyes sweep around the courtyard area. All week the training centre has been empty. The Vraken lounge about, looking more like the dark elves than I'm sure they'd want to hear. If there is a war brewing, it seems these Vraken haven't heard. As Alina leads me away from the vegetable gardens, I catch sight of Nikolai storming from one of the ramshackle barracks buildings. His massive wings are flared out rigidly, his usually fluid gait now jagged with barely contained rage. Even from a distance, his fury is palpable. He hasn't so much as glanced in my direction since we arrived at the base over a week ago, acting as if I'm invisible. The dismissal cuts deeply, especially after the tender intimacy we shared. I watch Nikolai disappear through the carved double doors of the Vraken wing, leaving one slightly ajar in his haste. Determination wells up inside me. It's time I get some answers directly from him, no matter how he tries to avoid me. I make an excuse about feeling tired to Alina before slipping away across the courtyard. My nerves rise with each step closer, heart pounding against my ribs. The Vraken wing is dim and quiet compared to the bustle outside. It's also wider and taller, I notice, to accommodate their size, I suppose. I trail down the hallway, peeking into rooms until I find the one Nikolai entered. Inside the small, cluttered office, he's hunched over a heavy oak desk, completely immersed in a massive leather-bound tome. His wings twitch with agitation as he studies the arcane pages filled with strange symbols and diagrams in faded ink. Nikolai's brow is deeply furrowed, jaw clenched in concentration. He shows no sign of noticing my presence as I linger uncertainly in the doorway. Finally, I knock lightly on the open door to get his attention. Nikolai's piercing amber eyes snap up to meet mine, surprise flashing across his stony features before being quickly masked. Immediately, he looks away. "We need to talk," I say as firmly as I can, refusing to be intimidated. "You owe me some answers." At first, Nikolai tries dismissing me, glancing back down at the books. "I'm busy, and I have nothing to say to you." "I'm not leaving until you give me some answers," I state defiantly, tilting my chin up to meet his glare. Nikolai's jaw tightens with anger. "There is nothing to discuss. Return to the humans where you belong." His cold words make me see red. "You don't get to pretend nothing happened between us. You saved my life, healed me, made me feel—" I falter, a blush rising to my cheeks. Nikolai looks up, jaw flexing, but he doesn't quite meet my gaze. "That was a mistake. Let it go." "A mistake?" I repeat incredulously. "Why did you help me then? What aren't you telling me?" Nikolai snarls in frustration. "I don't owe you an explanation. You should be grateful I brought you to the base at all." "Grateful for being treated as invisible?" I shoot back bitterly. "I deserve more than cruelty after what we shared." His massive wings flare out. "It was sex. Inconsequential. Stop acting like it was more." Nikolai shoves away from the table and tries striding past me out the door, but I step into his path, arms crossed stubbornly. "Get out of my way, human," he growls through gritted teeth as he continues to stare over my head. I tilt my chin up defiantly, trying, and failing, to meet his fiery glare. "Not until you give me some answers. You don't get to pretend nothing happened between us." Nikolai's massive wings flare out in agitation. "I told you that was a mistake, one I regret deeply. Now let it go." "A mistake?" I repeat incredulously. "The way you held me touched me so gently. I know you felt something real." His jaw flexes as he looks away. "You know nothing about me or my kind. There can be nothing between us. I was weak and endangered us both." "Endangered us?" I shake my head. "I saved you, and now you are treating me like we shared nothing. And it wasn't just sex. There was more there. What we did." Nikolai leans down, fangs bared inches from my face. Even still, he won't quite meet my eyes. His gaze roams my face as he snarls out, "There is no we. You forget your place, human." Refusing to be intimidated, I stand my ground. "And what exactly is my place, Nikolai?" Nikolai's eyes fix over my shoulder as he grits out, "You are no one. A mere human who knows nothing of my world. Stay in your place before you get hurt." His cruel words make my blood boil. I step even closer, mere inches separating us now. "Admit you feel nothing when you look at me. Say I mean nothing to you." Nikolai snarls, massive wings trembling with restraint. "You are nothing, an insignificant speck in my existence." The words pierce my heart, but I press on recklessly. "Is that why you can't even look at me?" His jaw goes tight and his wings snap in tighter, but he drags those amber eyes up to meet mine. The air crackles between us as I step closer, leaving no distance between us. "Say it again," I whisper. "Say I am nothing right to my face." With an inhuman growl, Nikolai's mouth crashes down on mine, his large hands grasping my hips roughly. I gasp and he deepens the kiss, our tongues tangling together. My fingers tangle in his hair, pulling him against me desperately. I moan as his hands roam my body almost angrily. The moan seems to break him out of his trance, though. Just as suddenly as the kiss started, Nikolai shoves me away violently. I stumble back, knees weak and lips swollen from the searing kiss. Nikolai stands rigidly, chest heaving and eyes blazing with self-loathing. That should not have happened. It was a grievous mistake. I reach for him tentatively. "Nikolai, I felt your passion, your need. You want this as much as I do." He recoils from my touch as if burned. "You know nothing of what I want or need. I compromised myself with you because I was on the brink of no return and will not do so again." His cruel words cut deeply, leaving me reeling. "How can you deny what's between us after that?" I ask in bewilderment. Nikolai turns away, fists clenched tightly. "There is nothing between us but foolish impulses. I will not indulge them further. Forget this ever happened." Before I can respond, Nikolai stalks from the room, massive wings pulled in tight. The echo of the heavy door slamming shut behind him rings with dreadful finality. I sink to the floor, wrapping my arms around myself as sobs rack my body. Once again I am left shaken and bereft by Nikolai's mercurial nature. But I cannot forget the fire of his lips, no matter how hard he tries to douse the flames ignited between us.
Chapter 15. Nikolai. Like hell you are. I have to give it to him. It's the first time Ezra has ever shown an ounce of passion or anything beyond the plague of apathy that has seeped into our kind. Too bad is too little too late. With my hands still clutched behind my back, my wings pinned in tight and high, I keep my voice level. The space is of no standard worthy of a Vraken. It cannot continue as such, so I will be commanding the Vraken here until the base is structured in a way befitting our kind. He opens his mouth to cut me off, and I snarl out, "There is a war coming, and you are ill-prepared. If you want to be captured and tortured, then be my guest, but I will not willingly wait to be overpowered by dark elves, and I will not allow the others of this base, one that was established for this war, mind you, to do the same." "You have no authority!" Ezra's palms slap against the desk. I'm still as death herself. "I have the authority of the temple, of the high priestesses, the first, and Akeldama." I lean forward, letting the first gleam of anger show through as I bare my fangs. "Try to stop me." I don't wait for him to respond. Turning on my heel, I stride from Ezra's cluttered office, letting the wooden door slam sharply behind me. The fool sputtered empty threats, but we both know the truth. The space is utterly unprepared for the coming war. My boots click across the rough-hewn stone floor, wings pinned back tightly to avoid hitting the narrow walls. The ceilings here are far lower than I'd care for. I've come to hate being inside now that I know what it's like to feel the sun and wind kissing my skin. but I'm not foolish enough to lose myself in the indulgence. I reach my sparse personal quarters and close the door firmly, grateful for the moment of quiet. The small room holds only the bare necessities, a wooden table, a narrow bed, and a few belongings Lev procured for me. Sitting atop the table are 4 letters, their wax seals identifying them as being from the above-ground Vrakin base commanders. I had reached out to them shortly after my arrival, especially knowing that Raziel initiated this movement above ground. I break the seals eagerly and unfurl the parchment, hungry for any positive news. Raziel's elegant script holds no flowery pleasantries. He agrees to meet with me at this base. His letter outlines concerns that mirror my own: lack of fortifications at many bases, warriors more focused on leisure than training. It seems Raziel understands the precarious position we find ourselves in. Soren's letter echoes the sentiment. He writes that his warriors grow restless in their outposts, and he recently visited Silas's base, where there was some unrest with Apurna in their camp. Soren states that he's been helping increase training across his base and pushing Silas to do the same. My eyes devour his words hungrily. The other 2 commanders have declined my summons. Nicholas and Silas tersely insist I should leave surface affairs be and return to the underground temples where I belong. They do not see me as a warrior, and I shouldn't be up here with those ready to fight. I almost snort at that last sentence as I recall how the warriors of this base have looked. I crumple their arrogant words in disgust and toss them aside. Clearly, Nicholas and Silas have grown too comfortable now that the council isn't overseeing their every move. The council's checks of the above-ground bases have become lax too, allowing such problems to occur. But Raziel and Soren recognize what must be done to reclaim our destiny. There is one difference between our values, though. Both Vrakin took human mates, something I've sworn to put an end to. While they might share my interest in improving this base now, I am certain they will bring their mates. And there is one way that I know I will be able to garner more of their trust. I will need their help, and while I may not agree with their choices, I can't undo what has been done. I might as well find allies in them, and once this base has been restored to order, I can address the High Priestess's wishes. Turning from my room, I stride down the hall and across the base. Doesn't take long until I'm standing outside a small wooden door in the human quarters, steeling my nerves before knocking briskly. This is a pragmatic decision, I remind myself. Personal feelings cannot be indulged. After a long moment, the door creaks open. Jessa stands before me, her hazel eyes widening slightly in surprise, and I immediately drop her gaze. It's too hard for me to look at her and not feel overwhelmed. I've been haunted by the memories of what we did, regardless of what I might have said to her a week ago, and I have yet to reconcile those feelings with my purpose here. So instead, I've pushed her away and dove into work. It seems to have worked at putting distance between us, though. She looks guarded, her shoulders tensed. "What do you want?" Jessa asks coolly. She makes no move to invite me inside. I clear my throat, clasping my hands behind my back tightly to keep from fidgeting. I have an important diplomatic matter to discuss. Jessa raises one eyebrow, waiting. Holy first, she is beautiful. Just a simple movement has my mind spinning, and I have to force myself to stare just over her shoulder to keep a clear head. I am meeting soon with 2 key Vrakin commanders. They are mated with humans, or one human, and one newly made Vrakin who was recently human. I take a slow breath, then continue. I hoped you would attend with me to help facilitate an arrangement and earn their trust. Jessa studies me for a long moment, eyes unreadable. The silence stretches between us, and I fight to keep my mind clear. I end up staring at the wall, trying and failing to not inhale her scent too deeply. By the time she finally breaks the silence, my nails are biting into my wrists as I clutch my hands together behind my back. I want to reach out to her, to taste her, and it's taking every bit of willpower to hold back. She gives me a small nod. Tell me when and where. I'll attend. Her brisk acceptance surprises me. I expected more questions or resistance, but Jessa volunteers no further words, clearly eager for this exchange to end. Very well. I will have Alina inform you of the details later today. An uncomfortable beat passes. Normally I would thank her sincerely, but such familiarity now seems inappropriate, even painful. Instead, I simply nod respectfully and turn away, wings pinned back tightly. As I walk off, I resist the urge to look back, to drink in one more glimpse of her. Focus, I remind myself harshly. This is not what you were sent here for. I was actually sent here to stop it. How did this get so screwed up? I stand at the open doors of the council hall to greet Raziel and Soren as they arrive with their human mates in tow, Jessa waiting inside. Celine, Raziel's delicate and bubbly companion, offers me a wide grin. Evelyn, now a maid Raken but originally human, stands beside Soren, her eyes analytical as she sizes me up. I bow respectfully. Welcome. Thank you all for agreeing to meet. We are eager to get started. Clasping my forearm, the elder Vraken inclines his head. Raziel. I have heard much about you, elder. Thank you for coming. Raziel enters the room behind me with a calm, reserved dignity, inclining his head politely to me. His mate practically bounces at his side, waving eagerly. Hello! It's so nice to meet everyone! I'm Celine, she chirps, her bubbly nature seeming to fill the room. Soren stalks in silently, giving me a nod as he passes, but keeping his mate tucked in close to his side. I'm Evelyn, she says, practically having to force Soren to a stop. And this is Soren. Soren's stern face softens as he gazes down at Evelyn, squeezing her hand reassuringly. She offers him a hint of a smile in return. I follow the pair inside, ready to get started. As we sit, Jessa engages Celine and Evelyn in cheerful small talk. Their guard seems to lower as she draws them out with friendly questions and compliments. I try to ignore Jessa's radiant smile as she and Celine chatter, but my gaze keeps drifting back to her, a strange knot forming in my chest. Get control of yourself, I scowl internally. So are we all just going to sit around gossiping? Soren suddenly rumbles impatiently. We have urgent matters to discuss. This brings the women to a stop and earns him a scolding glance from Evelyn. Celine leans into Raziel, giggling beneath her breath. Almost instinctively, Jessa's eyes sweep to meet mine for a brief moment before I force myself to look away. Akeldama knows that I'm already having a hard enough time managing this base. I don't need to be constantly distracted too. But it is much too difficult when she is right there. Needing to focus, I steer the conversation to the urgent matter at hand, preparing for the imminent war. Many of our warriors have grown undisciplined and soft without proper guidance, I say gravely. I've been sent to restore order before the recklessness here exposes us all. Raziel nods. I'm sure that with more and more humans disappearing from the city, they are growing suspicious. The last thing we need is some fledglings to grow bored and get too close before we are ready. We need them to listen to command, adds Soren. Reignite the flames of honor and discipline within their hearts. Celine and Evelyn chime in as well, surprising me as they share their training regimens and scout cycles. I'm impressed as I nod, listening. The four guests continue to talk, sharing what improvements they think can be made. It doesn't take long to determine that the common problem of this base is that there is no Vraken that knows how to stick to a harsh regimen. That can be easily remedied. We will need to send you scout leaders and combat trainers, Soren muses. They can instill order and ensure everyone follows suit. I clear my throat. I think we need a temple. It seems many of these Vraken have forgotten, or do not know, where they come from me. I agree, Raziel says. There's a spark in his eye that I'm not fully surprised by. Rumor has it, he once knew the first. Of course, he would be invested in restoring the Vraken's faith in her. So it's settled then, Celine says. Soren, send trainers and scouts. Raziel, we will send those who helped construct our base to help build the temple. I can feel Jessa's eyes on me, gauging me, but I refuse to return her look. And when can we expect these new additions? Evelyn leans forward. By the end of the week. Chapter 16. Nikolai. 3 months later. May the first bless you with speed and strength that is unmatched. May Akeldama bring you power and healing, and may both show you the path to honor, to live this life as they intended. I turn to face the congregation, reveling in how right it feels to stand a few steps up, staring down at the Vraken who are bowed before the altars to our god and goddess. This is what we were meant for. In the name of the god and goddess that gave us life, let us go fulfill our purpose. Slowly, the Vraken before me rise as I stay at the front of the room, hands clasped behind my back and wings tucked in tight. They filter out the open doorways into the sunlight. No longer is my temple tucked away in the back of the caverns. Now, it shines in the sun in all the glory it deserves. As I stand at the front of the sunlit temple, soft murmurings filling the air, I allow myself a moment of quiet introspection. So much has changed these last few months since I took command of this failing base. Gone are the days of chaos and indulgence. Rigorous martial discipline now reigns, just as it should. Soren and Raziel's warriors whipped even the most stubborn into shape with relentless training. Patrols and scout rotations proceed like a fine-tuned machine. The forges run day and night, readying weapons and armor for the coming conflict. The temple stands as testament to our renewed dedication to the old ways. No longer does it hide in dank caverns. Vraken now flock to its light and wisdom with reverence. In the beginning, some resisted my edicts, clinging to their slack ways. But one by one, they fell in line as our preparations took shape. Soon we will be ready to face the dark elves with righteous fury. I linger within the cavernous temple as the last stragglers of the congregation file out into the courtyard. Soft beams of morning sunlight filter in through the open doors, catching motes of dust spinning through the air. Taking a deep, centering breath, I make my way toward the doorway, ready to attend to my duties. But as I draw near, a sight catches my eye that roots me in place. There, just outside, bathed in radiant sunlight, is Jessa. She stands encircled by a small group of humans, head bent intently as she speaks to them about the sermon. Her melodious voice carries snippets back to me as she patiently guides them through questions about our rituals and beliefs. Our kind was blessed, she tells them. Akeldama found a human woman worthy of his gifts and bestowed them upon her. Her dedication to learning our ways and worshipping the first and Akeldama these last months has only deepened my attraction to her. I was hesitant when she first came to sermons, keeping my distance. Lev was the one that taught her and answered her questions as I watched from a distance. He helped her prepare the altars and learn the way of the temple until I was burning with jealousy. Still, each day, I refused to give in to my baser desires. She's at the temple nearly as much as I am, and aside from the occasional glances, she hasn't approached me again. It's best for us to keep our distance so we don't repeat our mistakes, but that has done nothing for my longing. I halt, unable to tear my gaze away as I drink in her breathtaking beauty. She wears a dress in deep emerald green, an echo of the rich forest hues she so loves. The color brings out flecks of amber and gold in her hazel eyes. Her chestnut hair is pinned up, the curls framing her face in a way that I can't look away from. Unbidden, my gaze traces over her alluring curves, the stretch of bare neck revealed by her upswept hair. Desire wells up sharply, my thoughts turning to wondering how she would feel pressed close in my arms, her soft lips yielding to mine. With an effort, I wrench my mind away from such dangerous fantasies. I cannot afford distraction or weakness, not when I still have a vital duty to fulfill here. Even if I want Jessa more and more with every day. Staring at her from a distance feels as if it is my own form of torture, especially when she seems to have lost all interest in me. I watch as she walks away from the group and over to Lev. He smiles at her kindly, I have to fight to keep myself from ripping her away from him. "Do you want help?" she asks, gesturing to the altar. When he nods, they both ascend the steps, and I feel as if they have forgotten I'm here. I burn with the desire to march up to her and claim her, show Lev who she belongs to. But I can't. Now that martial order has been restored to this base under my command, I must turn my focus to carrying out the High Priestess's edict against human and Vrakan bonding. No matter how fiercely I might want Jessa, she can never be mine. Luckily, she can't be Lev's either, and he knows it. I make my way to the bustling training rings, needing distraction from the temptation of Jessa's presence. Better to lead by example and hone my skills than indulge such thoughts. Something I've taken up a lot. I spend several hours out here each day, stretching my wings and muscles in a way they have never felt before. I've become quite proficient at sparring at this point. I strip off my shirt, baring my muscular torso to take advantage of the warm sunlight. Grabbing a training sword and shield, I step into the packed dirt of the central ring. A young Vrakan named Theron bows respectfully. "Need a partner?" His eyes gleam eagerly at the prospect of sparring with someone new. Some see me as a great challenge with my wings. Others think I'm weak, as I've always been in the temple. But they all learn that I'm called Akeldama, blessed for a reason. I return the bow. "It would be an honor. Show me where you are at in your training." I settled into a balanced, ready stance. Theron grins and immediately presses the attack. I smoothly block and parry each of his aggressive strikes. He's fast and fearless, but lacks strategy. The clash of our blades echoes as we dance across the ring. A crowd gathers to observe the elder warrior schooling the youth. I offer advice between blows. "Mind your footwork. Close that opening on your left. Patience is key in battle." Theron nods, adjusting his technique. But eagerness makes him sloppy. I knock him back again and again, exploiting weaknesses in his form that leave him open. The boy has fire, but much to learn. Sweat drips down my bare chest, tracing over the dips along my muscles. I lose myself in the dance of combat, moving on instinct. Even in the temple I was trained. We are all meant to be warriors, and when I do practice, my entire body hums with excitement. This is what I was born to do. With a final burst of speed, I sweep Theron's legs and press my blade to his throat. He taps out respectfully. I help him stand and clasp his shoulder. "You have promise. But remember, a warrior's mind is as great a weapon as the steel in his hand." Theron pounds a fist to his chest. "Impressive." He assesses me with a new gaze. "I think I could learn a thing or two from you." I nod approvingly as we leave the ring, several Vrakan clapping one of us on the shoulder and murmuring words of encouragement as we pass by. This is another reason I come out here. It has bridged the gap between many Vrakan and the temple to see me out here. I'm bringing honor to the first by using her gifts and showing others that I don't have to live in the temple to praise my goddess. As I exit the ring, winding down from the invigorating spar, I notice a familiar figure watching from the crowd. Jessa stands off to the side, cheeks flushed. Our eyes meet for a heartbeat, and I see undisguised longing in her gaze as she takes in my sweat-slicked bare chest. For a moment I consider going to her, that one look enough to push me to my breaking point before I clench my hands in frustration and stay rooted in place. No matter how clearly we might desire each other, I cannot allow anything deeper to develop between us. As a Vrakan, I must not muddle my blood with a human. We're growing weaker with each generation, and I have to put a stop to it. Even if it's the furthest thing from my mind these days. Donning my shirt roughly, I stride off in the opposite direction from where Jessa departed. Being near her threatens the stoic control I rely on. Physical passion fades in time, but my commitment to doing my sworn duty will remain steadfast. I must keep my distance from Jessa, for both our sakes. Akeldama only knows what would happen if I let down that wall for even a second. I'm afraid that I would never recover.
Chapter 17. Jessa. Temple Boy's got some moves. I'm jostled as I push through the crowd. The Vraken could be heard halfway through the courtyard as soon as Nikolai stepped into the training ring. Those wings will give him a real advantage. I shouldn't be over here, I know that. He's kept distance between us, and after our last searing kiss, a memory that lingers with me at all times, I decided that it was best to let him. It's clear he intends on keeping us apart, and I don't know if I could have taken the rejection anymore. It hasn't stopped me from wanting him, though. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment. That's why I'm standing here in this crowd, so I can drink in the sight of him shirtless and coated in sweat. Holy first, he's hot, otherworldly. My entire body feels like it is lit on fire as I stare at him, the way his muscles contract as he lunges forward, and those massive wings. I want him more than I should. Maybe that's what pulled me to the temple at first. I was curious about the creatures I had ended up with, yes, but also it was my way of being with Nikolai. But then I learned of Akeldama and the First, and I became just as devoted to their god and goddess as I am to the man who won't look me in the eye. I've had to stand weeks of watching his sermons, admiring his devotion and carefully coiled strength without ever being too close to him. He's let me work in the temple, but he shoved me with Lev, who is nice enough. But he's not Nikolai. I have noticed that Nikolai typically won't leave me alone with Lev, though, which sparks hope in my heart that has no business being there. It's not even like there aren't other Vraken here. There are, and some have even made advances toward me. And yet, I can't get this one out of my head. I watch as he leaves the ring, and momentarily his gaze sweeps over the gathered Vraken. I wonder if he could feel me watching him because he stops looking as soon as our eyes meet. For one blissful second, it's like it's just the two of us. The noise, the space, the air. It all fades away until it feels like he's right there. I want to reach out, to touch him. And then the moment is shattered, and he turns away, jerking on his shirt and heading through the courtyard, with me staring after him longingly. After so much reflection, I've realised that he doesn't believe in the human and Vraken mating. He said nearly as much to me, but his sermons gave me true insight. He thinks that the first was pure, and none of us can attain that. He must think their blood has been too watered down by ours. I can understand that, though, but that doesn't change the fact that there are few Vraken born. Without making more, they would be a small race. I just need Nikolai to see he's against the careless turning of humans, the rapid way it's been happening. I need him to see he's not against me. Because I want to be a Vraken. I want it nearly as much as I want him. I've been a worthless human for so long, as little as dirt in most people's eyes, and I want to help fight the Dark Elves. I want to honour the First and Akeldama, and maybe Nikolai would want me if I was a Vraken. Shaking the thought out of my head, I slip out of the crowd. I make my way across the dusty courtyard towards the dining hall, my thoughts still swirling with images of Nikolai shirtless and glistening with sweat. I can't seem to banish the memory of his chiselled muscles flexing as he swung his blade. I join the line for food, ladling stew and bread onto my plate absently. I find an empty table near the back and sit down, stirring my stew listlessly. Before I can take a bite, Alina appears and plops down across from me. A massive grin is on her face, which feels like a permanent expression, as she leans forward eagerly. "There you are. I was starting to think you'd vanished into thin air. Feels like I haven't seen you in weeks," she exclaims dramatically. I offer her a weak smile. "Oh, just been busy." Alina snorts. "Busy making moon eyes at Nikolai is more like it." She waggles her eyebrows suggestively. I feel my cheeks flush hot at the accusation. "What? No way, we barely know each other." I stare down at my stew, avoiding her gaze. "I just help out at the temple. I really spend most of my time with Lev anyway." That blush says otherwise," Alina teases. "Come on, Dish. I've seen the way you two look at each other. The tension is unbearable." I start to say something, but she shakes her head. and you came to the base with him. You at least know him in some capacity." I swallow hard, fiddling with my spoon. I'd forgotten Alina was there the day we showed up. I decide to switch my approach, still going with a safe answer. "I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. We're just friends." The word tastes bitter on my tongue. I honestly don't even know if we're that, no matter how much I want more. Alina laughs loudly, drawing curious glances from nearby tables. "Girl, you're a terrible liar. But hey, your secret crush is safe with me." She winks conspiratorially. I let out an exasperated huff, quickly shoveling down a few bites. Well, this has been fun, but I should really get going. I gather my dishes hastily, eager to escape. Alina calls after me in a sing-song voice, "Say hi to Nikolai for me." Ignoring her, I hurry outside into the fresh air. But she's right about one thing. I'm planning on going back to the temple where I know Nikolai will be, and it's not for entirely altruistic reasons. Even with the distance between us, being near him makes my pulse race wildly. I can't seem to banish him from my thoughts lately, no matter how hard I try. So against my better judgment, I enter the cavernous temple, my footsteps echoing across the stone floors. The hushed space is empty, save for Nikolai standing solitary before the central altar. I expected him here, but I didn't expect him to be the only one here. He gazes down intently, focused on methodically preparing the altar for this evening's rituals. I pause in the doorway for a long moment, suddenly unsure if I should interrupt his meditative task. The ever-present tension between us seems to crackle in the very air. After weeks of distant politeness, being alone with him makes my heart flutter nervously. Nikolai looks up at the sound of my entrance, eyes widening slightly in surprise, before his expression smooths back to impassivity, and his gaze drops like it always does. "Just look at me," I want to scream, but when he does, it nearly undoes us both. Maybe it's our saving grace that he refuses to. "Jessa, I did not expect you so early," he rumbles, voice echoing through the silent temple. His piercing gaze flicks toward me again, briefly before returning to the altar arrangements. I wet my dry lips before answering, willing my voice to steadiness. "I thought you could use some help getting things ready." Nikolai gives a short nod of assent. I make my way to the altar, careful to leave ample space between us. We work in awkward silence for some time, renewing the sacred bowls of water and blood, polishing the array of mirrors and crystals laid out in intricate patterns. I can feel Nikolai's powerful presence like a physical weight, hyper-aware of his every movement as we circle the altar. Our hands inadvertently brush occasionally as we work, sending sparks skittering across my skin. The electric tension between us seems to grow with each passing minute in forced close proximity. The unspoken words and feelings hang heavy as a thundercloud over us. I chance a glance at Nikolai and find him watching me, longing shining in his eyes for an instant before he looks away. My heart pounds wildly at being truly alone with him for the first time in weeks, our mutual but unfulfilled desire impossible to ignore. I ache to bridge this gaping space between us, but the icy void remains, leaving me at a loss for how to thaw what lies between. As we continue preparing for the evening rites, our hands brush with as we pass objects back and forth. Each graze sends sparks through me, the tension ratcheting impossibly higher until I can barely breathe. We're so close to each other now we're having to fight not to touch, and there's a pull begging me to give in. I feel Nikolai's gaze burning into me and I meet his eyes. And this time he doesn't look away. The raw desire there steals my breath away. He steps closer, hand reaching toward my face. At the last moment he recoils as if burned. A look of anguish crosses his face before his expression shutters. Without a word, Nikolai turns on his heel and strides from the temple, fists clenched at his sides. I stand frozen, heart pounding wildly. The charged moment replays in my mind, imagination providing the satisfaction reality denied. I press a hand to my flushed cheek, willing my breathing to slow. The echo of Nikolai's retreating footsteps fades, leaving me alone once more. I lean against the altar for support as I try to regain composure, but the memory of his blazing eyes lingers no matter how I try to banish it. I know I should respect the distance he's placed between us, but the temptation grows stronger every day. I fear my self-restraint is slipping, and I don't know what will happen when this tension finally breaks. Chapter 18. Jessa. I might as well drag a cot into the temple, I mutter to myself as I pull at the pins, keeping my hair up. The locks fall down around my face as I descend the steps of the temple, done with all my work for the night. It's easier to help with the farm and temple work when it's out of my face, but it's been a long day. I almost moan as I massage the tension in my scalp out, but keep quiet. The base is still active at night, but I don't want to draw attention to myself as I cross the nearly empty courtyard. After seeing Alina, I feel a little guilty for always slipping in late at night and early in the morning while she sleeps. It's not that I don't like her. I've just dove into making myself useful at the base. I think a part of me doesn't know how to sit still. I've always worked since I was brought to that farm at 2, and I also want to prove my worth. I don't want them to decide I'm no longer needed. Still lost in thought, I'm not paying enough attention to my surroundings. And that's evident when rough hands grab me violently from behind, dragging me into the pitch-black shadows near the edge of the woods. Terror seizes me and I open my mouth to scream, but a hand clamps down, stifling any sound. I struggle in vain, heart pounding wildly, as 3 hulking young male Vrakkens surround me, their eyes glinting with sadistic excitement in the darkness. There's another standing a little farther off, and he looks almost human. He's not as pale and he's shifting in rapid bursts like he's not used to the speed at which he can move now. And I don't like it at all. Whatever is about to happen cannot be good with someone so newly made. "Well, well, look what we caught wandering all alone," one of them sneers, baring his fangs. "Pretty little thing, isn't she? So soft and breakable," another says with a dark chuckle, trailing a finger down my cheek almost gently before his grip turns brutal, his hands bruising my arms. I try to wrench away, shaking my head frantically, but escape is impossible. "Let me go!" I try to yell against the hand still crushing my mouth. The largest Vrakken shakes me roughly, making my head spin. Not a chance. You see, Nathan here was just made and he needs to get his energy out. The other chimes in. "I think you're just the little human to help him with that." The young Vrakken, Nathan, twitches and shifts again, crossing 5 feet in the blink of an eye. It's clear he does have pent-up energy, and there is only one way he can be imagining getting that out. Not to mention he probably won't be able to resist sinking his teeth into my neck. Lev told me that any scent of blood will drive a newly made Vrakken wild. He's going to kill me and no one here will help. Anger and fear burns up my throat. This is why I need to be made. I've worked to prove myself to the Vrakken, and now I'm still at their mercy. I don't want to be human. Let's see what we're working with. The Vrakken steps forward, fisting the front of my tunic and pulling as his friend holds me still. Tears blur my vision as cool air brushes over my now exposed skin, and his eyes shine as they rake over me. It makes me feel sick, but I can do nothing as the Vrakken behind me wrenches my head back, making my back arch. "She'll do quite nicely," the large Vrakken says with a sadistic smirk. "Maybe after Nathan's done, we can let out a little energy of our own. But we have to make sure that we do right by him," the one holding me muses, pulling my head back further until it feels like my neck is going to snap. "Make sure she doesn't just look good. How does she taste?" His breath brushes over my neck, and a renewed sense of panic takes over. I buck and fight, trying hard to get free. He only laughs, and nausea churns my stomach as he gets closer. Hold still, he taunts in a sing-song voice that sends chills down my body. Or it might go r. The silence and their laughter is shattered with a loud roar. A thunderous roar splits the night air. Nikolai drops from the sky, massive wings flared, and slams into the Vraken holding me. He goes flying back from the impact. Nikolai crouches protectively in front of me, eyes blazing, lips peeled back to reveal vicious fangs. Moonlight glints off his muscles exposed in his sleeveless tunic as he faces my attackers. The Vraken quickly leap to their feet, unfazed, the largest spits on the ground. Well, if it isn't the temple boy come to play hero, this doesn't concern you. Nikolai lets out a vicious snarl. You made a mistake by touching her. The Vraken laugh mockingly. Who are you to claim a girl? You think those pretty wings give you special privileges? We aren't scared of someone like you. One darts in, raking his hand across Nikolai's chest, strength and magic mixing to draw blood. With lightning speed, Nikolai grabs the Vraken's wrist before he can withdraw and hurls him into a tree with a sickening crack. But the others are on him in an instant. Still, he makes sure that he keeps his body between me and them. Nikolai meets them head-on, a whirlwind of fists and wings. Blood sprays as he catches one's face with his hand. The Vraken howls in pain and stumbles back. But Nikolai is outnumbered. Blows rain down on him from all sides. He endures the hit stoically, even as skin tears and blood drips from his knuckles. Worry builds within me, but I keep quiet and out of the way, so I don't make this worse. Not so tough now, are you, temple boy? One Vraken jeers as the others continue their assault. And when we're done with you, we'll make your girl pay for this. That seems to unleash something deeper within Nikolai. With a scream, he dives forward like a feral beast unleashed, refusing to yield under the rain of blows. With a savage roar, he grabs the largest Vraken by the throat and hurls him headfirst into a thick tree trunk. The Vraken's skull connects with a sickening crack before he crumples motionless to the forest floor. I shouldn't find that as hot as I do, but seeing him fight for me is making my stomach flip. I watch as Nikolai whirls and unleashes a devastating series of lightning-fast punches against the next closest attacker. His fists are merciless as they drive repeatedly into the Vraken's stomach and chest, magic and his strength caving in bones that I can hear snap from where I stand. The Vraken tries desperately to defend himself, but Nikolai is relentless. With a guttural yell, Nikolai drives a brutal uppercut into the Vraken's exposed jaw, lifting him clear off his feet before he crashes down, out cold. The two remaining Vraken exchange an uncertain, fearful look on their face at seeing two of their group so quickly dispatched. Nikolai turns on them, chest heaving, muscles coiled tight and ready. He is a sight to behold, and I want to drop to my knees and worship him right now. Blood drips freely from his torn knuckles to the ground below. He fixes them with a menacing glare. Who's next? He growls through bared fangs. The Vraken immediately backpedal away slowly. But one suddenly breaks and sprints wildly for the tree line, hoping to escape Nikolai's wrath. In a blur, Nikolai snatches up a loose rock and whips it forcefully, striking the fleeing Vraken's leg and sending him sprawling face first with a howl of pain. The last Vraken is left alone against Nikolai. The wrath on his face should be terrifying, if it wasn't in defense of me. The Vraken glances between his unmoving companions and Nikolai's hulking, bloodied frame standing between him and me. The Vraken's eyes go wide with fear. With a faint whimper, he turns and runs into the dark woods. As the last Vraken disappears into the dark forest, Nikolai's gaze follows him, eyes still burning with rage. Then with blinding speed, he takes off after him before I can even react. His massive wings propel him between the trees with predatory grace, the moonlight flashing on his skin as he rapidly gains on his prey. I can only stare in awe at the raw power displayed as Nikolai hunts them down. He's nearly invisible, just a dark blur darting through the woods. But the Vraken's panicked cries echo back to me as Nikolai closes in for the kill. No, please, have mercy, the Vraken pleads desperately. Then his voice dissolves into shrill screams of pure terror. The sounds chill my blood, but I can't tear my eyes away, trying to make out where he went. I have to know that he's not hurt. The screams are cut short, replaced by eerie silence. The forest seems to hold its breath, no creature daring to make a sound. After agonizing minutes of quiet, Nikolai emerges from the darkness. He moves slowly, eyes downcast. Fresh blood drips from his hands and chest, adding to his existing wounds. Nikolai won't meet my gaze as he stops before me. I sense a dark turmoil roiling within him. His massive shoulders heave as he catches his breath, wings settling back into a relaxed position. After a long moment, the savagery melts from his eyes. He turns to me, expression now filled with gentle concern. Did they hurt you? He looks me over carefully for injuries, eyebrows creased with worry. Past the lingering anger, I can see only tenderness in his gaze. His touch is incredibly gentle as he helps me up and checks me over, so at odds with the brutality he just displayed against my attackers. Nikolai's gaze sweeps over me, checking for any signs of harm. His fingers brush my arms and face so lightly, as if I'm made of glass that could shatter. I shake my head, still in shock over the attack and Nikolai's swift violence in my defense. He lets out a breath, shoulders losing some tension. Thank the first. Nikolai frowns at the lingering tear stains on my cheeks and the developing bruises on my arms where they grabbed me. Let's get you cleaned up. He sweeps me effortlessly into his arms before I can protest, even if I'm not the one who needs tending to. Nikolai starts toward the base, and I curl up against him, reveling in how good it feels to be pressed against him. I don't even ask where he's taking me. I don't care. All I want is him right now, to make me feel safe and wanted and protected. I'd give him anything right now, because even if I don't want to admit it, I think I've already given him my heart.
Chapter 19. Nikolai. Just like the first time I met Jessa, something inexplicable pulled me out of the temple tonight. I'm only glad I found her when I did. Let me get some water, I tell her as I settle her on my bed. There's a few scratches on her, but more than anything, I want to wash off the feeling of someone else's hands on her. You're the one that needs tending to, she murmurs, even as she wraps her arms around herself. I don't know where her tunic went, but I go to my chest and pull out one of mine. Coming back, I drape it over her, and before I can stop myself, I reach up to cup her face. Let me take care of you, I murmur. I didn't sustain much damage. Torn skin heals easily, and though there may be crusted blood on me, I feel perfectly fine. But there is dirt on Jessa's skin, and I know a layer of grime coats her from the feeling of the abuse. So I slip out of my room to retrieve a basin of water and a cloth. When I return, she's drowning in my tunic and her pants are on the floor. Her legs are tucked beneath her, and her shoulders are curled in. Crossing the room, I tuck my finger under her chin and lift it. Just like every time, her hazel eyes meeting mine steals my breath. But I don't look away. I left all my resistances and reasons why I shouldn't want her out in the forest as I ripped a Vraken to shreds and left him to bleed in misery until he's found and healed. Right now, all I want is to make sure Jessa is okay. Nothing else matters. I've got you, Omorphi, I tell her as I bring the cloth to her cheek. I wipe away the dirt and sweat slowly, and her lips part as she stares up at me. I keep going, though, loving the way it feels to touch her. I run the cloth over her arms, smoothing her skin with my other hand. I swear it feels like magic is crackling against my flesh when I touch her, like I'm getting stronger just being near her. We don't talk as I keep going, but the tension builds until I'm on my knees before her. Gently, I tug one leg out from under her and wipe clean, then do the other. When I finish, though, I don't rise. I don't want to stop touching her. I don't want to give up on this moment. Sorry to interrupt once again, but YouTube simply can't handle all this heat. For all the details, you can head to worldsofprothika.com and use discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products. Now that we got that taken care of, let's get back to the story. But I know she must be tired, so I reach for the cloth, rinsing it and cleaning her up. Maybe I shouldn't, but I climb into bed beside her and tuck her into my side. For right now, I have her where I want her, at my side. But Akeldama only knows what tomorrow will bring.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 20. Jessa. For a brief moment, as I open my eyes, I expect Nikolai not to be there any longer. My mind is already replaying the last time I let him take me that far, and though I know it may be foolish, I can't be bothered to regret it. I have never felt better than when I am with him, and after weeks of dying for a glance or a conversation, I took everything last night and savoured it. Morning. I blink open my eyes to find his amber ones already staring down at me. Shock jolts my system, even as a swirl of happiness spreads through me. He's still here. I was ready for him to be gone. I was ready to be ignored, to sweep this night under the rug. Before I even woke up, I was mentally preparing myself for how bad it was going to hurt, even though it was worth it just to have another night with him. Nikolai's hand strokes down my back gently as I stare up at him in disbelief. How are you feeling? I shift a little, and it's then I realise I'm laying on his wing. He has his arm beneath my side, keeping most of the weight off of it, and the wing is curled slightly around me. What is wrong with me that I find the slightest sign of him trying to protect me so heartwarming? I'm okay, I rasp, my throat dry. He immediately twists to the side and grabs a glass of water. I wonder when he went to get that, but I don't question it as he helps me sit up. I down it all in one gulp, and when I hand him back the cup, his eyes are assessing me in a way I don't understand. I don't know what to do now. I was so ready for him to run. I didn't think about what would happen if he didn't. But I do know after last night, there is one thing. I might as well try while I'm in his good graces. I want to be a Vraken, I blurt out, my eyes glued to his face. Immediately he goes rigid, and my heart sinks. He twists slowly away, so we are facing each other. His expression is hard, unreadable, and his wings tuck in behind his back. This is the Nikolai I know. This harsh posture and emotionless face. This is the one that serves the temple and no one else. I've proven my loyalty to the Vraken beyond any doubt, I argue, holding Nikolai's conflicted gaze. I have to get through to him before he completely shuts down. I can't go back to the way things were. I've devoted myself fully to the temple, learned your rituals, assisted with anything asked of me. I only want the chance to honour the first as a true Vraken. Nikolai's jaw tightens, uncertainty swirling in his eyes. He looks away, a crease forming between his brows. It is complicated, he says at last, voice slow and hesitant. He falls silent, seeming to wrestle internally with his thoughts. I stay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, desperate for any sign my plea has struck a chord within him. The seconds tick by agonizingly. Finally, Nikolai drags a hand down his face and lets out a heavy sigh. I have lived by certain beliefs for so long, he continues, each word seeming difficult for him to get out. I was taught that human blood was weakening us. It is great to drink, but it diminishes our magic. There are many newly made Vraken who do not have wings or the ability to sun glamour. Nikolai, I start. He holds up his hand, still avoiding my gaze. I have tried so very hard to keep my distance from you. Frustration lines his tone. Because Vraken and humans alike have forgotten how we were meant to be, why we were created and brought together, and it wasn't for our kind to mingle. I'm stunned into silence, and to my surprise, he keeps going. Do you know why I was sent above ground to live among the Vraken in the first place? I shake my head mutely, shoulders tense. I guess I had assumed he came above ground when everyone else did. Nikolai's eyes take on a faraway look as he continues. Our kind originated in the caverns below, tunnels of the wild spont that kept us protected. After the war, we were driven below ground, but we never forgot. We were meant to walk the surface, and one day, magic reached deep below the mountains to us. The council decided it was time to come above ground. It was supposed to be a way for us to start getting ready to launch another war. There are enough Vraken here to fill out ranks, but too many have been tempted by human vices and intimacy. His lips curl in disgust, and that alone stings. The council sent me here to restore order, though they can't be bothered to leave the caverns themselves. His jaw tightens, disappointment evident on his face. But the high priestesses who raised me have grown concerned over the weakening of our powers through such reckless intermingling with mortals. And so I was charged with stopping it, with reminding the Vraken of their sacred duty to remain pure. Nikolai focuses on me again, regret mingling with conviction in his eyes. Of why we were created in the first place. I was tasked with preventing any further dilution of our proud lineage. I absorb his words silently, aching to plead my case again. I want only to honour the first, to use any gifts I may have in service to her cause, to stand with the Vraken against our shared enemy. I hesitate, then lightly touch his hand. I do not ask this selfishly, only to be of aid in the coming war. Nikolai studies me for a long moment, his muscles so tight I fear they might snap. But that doesn't change what I was sent here for. He swallows hard. I am one of few Vraken born, not made. I was goddess-blessed, they say, and look at me compared to the others. Mixing human blood with our venom cannot do any good. Fury boils up inside me as Nikolai remains stubbornly unmoved, clinging to his antiquated prejudices. A reckless rage takes hold, and I can no longer hold back the tempest of emotions churning within. I thought you cared for me! I explode, fists clenched tightly at my sides. Nikolai's eyes widen in surprise at my sudden venomous outburst. But I was just another pathetic human pet to warm your bed after all, wasn't I? I accuse bitterly, hot tears stinging my eyes that I stubbornly refuse to let fall. You've seen firsthand the danger your own kind poses if I remain this weak, this vulnerable. I surge to my feet, shaking with anger and sorrow. I don't want to cower behind you for protection forever. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Vraken against our enemies as an equal. My voice rises steadily in pitch and fervour. I want to devote my life to honouring the first, not remain a plaything at the mercy of your kind's cruel whims. Nikolai opens his mouth to respond, but I slice a hand through the air, cutting him off harshly. The floodgates are open, and I won't be silenced. I thought you, of all people, could understand my yearning for belonging, my desire to use what gifts I have in service to something greater than myself. I yell, bitter disappointment etched on every feature. But you're no different than the rest of them in the end. I'm just a pathetic, lowly human in your eyes, unworthy of standing with the Vraken. My chest heaves with emotion, the fight going out of me as suddenly as it came. Nikolai looks stricken, though he remains silent. It's probably for the best since the damage is done. I don't know why I bothered hoping you could see me as something more. I finish dully, turning away before he can see the hot tears now escaping unchecked down my cheeks. The fire of anger still simmers in my veins as I slide from the bed, the silken sheets pooling around me. I spot my discarded pants and Nikolai's tunic in a heap on the floor and grab for them with jerky, agitated movements. Behind me, I hear Nikolai suck in a sharp breath as the bed creaks and he half rises. "Jessa, wait, please," he implores, voice raw with emotion. I pointedly ignore him, roughly yanking on my pants underneath the concealing curtain of my tangled hair. My hands tremble slightly, making fastening the ties difficult, but I grit my teeth and keep going. "You have to understand." I block out the sound of his voice as I finally wrestle his tunic over my head. The soft fabric envelops my smaller frame, his earthy scent surrounding me. A few stray tears escape, dripping down my cheeks as I furiously scrub them away. I refuse to show any more weakness in front of him. Behind me, I hear Nikolai curse loudly before addressing me again in a tighter, restrained voice. "Jessa, just wait." Again, I deny him any response, taking bitter satisfaction in the frustration I'm causing him after his callous dismissal. Let him finally understand even a fraction of the hurt he's inflicted. This is what I get for letting foolish hope into my heart. Squaring my shoulders, I storm toward the door on still, shaky legs, flinging it open with more force than necessary. The heavy wood bangs loudly against the stone wall. I stride out into the empty corridor without looking back, letting the door swing violently shut behind me, the echoing bang providing grim punctuation to our argument. If Nikolai doesn't want to make me a Vraken, then fine. I'll find someone who will. Chapter 21. Jessa. There is little thought in my head as I storm outside. It's still early in the morning, though the sun has already risen. Morning sermon will happen soon, and the courtyard is bustling. I'm a damn idiot, I mumble under my breath as I trudge into my room, relieved to find it empty. Quickly, I shower and dress, trying to keep my mind off Nikolai the whole time. It's hard to when my body is still deliciously sore, though. I'm partly disappointed by the way my bite marks are already healed, though I shove that away as soon as I register it. Slipping out of my room, I try to decide what I'm going to do. I want to be a Vraken, to have a place, and I will be damned if I let Nikolai stop me. I refuse to be treated as weak and unimportant any longer. And if it's the council that makes all the decisions, then I go before them, I murmur under my breath as I dart outside. I skirt along the edge of the base, keeping to the early morning shadows. Most are gathered for the daily sermon, leaving the grounds largely deserted. Perfect cover for me. Voices carry to me from near the tree line, and I spot a group of leather-clad scouts checking their weapons and packs. I slide behind a wagon, peering between the slats. "Time we checked in with the council," one says gruffly, strapping a short sword to his belt. "It's been nearly a full cycle since the last report." Another nods, frowning. "Things are changing rapidly up here. The council will want a full update before deciding our next steps against the Dark Elves." My eyes widen and pulse quickens. They're venturing below to meet with this mysterious council. This is my chance to plead my case. I trail the scouts through the shadowy woods, keeping a cautious distance. They move swiftly and soundlessly, long accustomed to these covert journeys underground. I have to push myself to keep up while remaining unseen, gritting my teeth against the ache in my legs. Up ahead, I watch as they each slink into a cave mouth, seemingly blending in with the surroundings. I'd consider it nothing special from the outward looks. I trail close behind the last scout into the yawning cave mouth, pausing in awe as the tunnel opens up into a vast underground cavern. I pause as I stare at the opening, partly to let the scouts get farther ahead, but also because doubt is leaking into my veins. Is this the best idea? Or am I rushing this because of last night and this morning? I do want to be a Vraken, but maybe going behind Nikolai's back isn't in my best interest. What if the council just agrees with him? I doubt they would treat me the same way he has if they consider me not worth their time. No, I tell myself. I'm meant for this. I force down my nerves, determined not to lose my resolve now that I'm so close. Sucking in a deep breath, I edge into the cavern. I can't see anything once I pass over the threshold. It's completely pitch black. Something tingles across my skin, so potent that it feels like a tangible thing is being dragged across my flesh. I feel forward a few more steps, and then there is a massive down-sloping tunnel before me. It's like I've been transported somewhere else, one of the wild sponse tricks. As I walk down into the caverns, I search for any sign of the departed scouts, wondering which of the many twisting passages might lead me to the council. But before I can decide my next move, a bruising grip snatches my arm from behind. I whip around with a gasp to see one of the scouts, his eyes narrowed dangerously. "What are you doing down here, girl?" he growls. I open my mouth to explain, but he's already dragging me roughly down a wide corridor. "The council will deal with you." My pulse thunders in my ears, but I keep my chin high. I wanted to find the council, after all. Now I'll plead my case whether they want to hear it or not. He pulls me deep into the caverns until we reach a massive area with high ceilings with Vraken lounging about. Some are flying, though the space is limited, while others play with magic. It's like an underground courtyard. He jerks me just past it and into a tunnel I hadn't seen before. The door is already open, and I immediately see the raised platform running along one wall. A handful of Vraken are gathered there in their seats with a fiery red-headed woman seated in the middle. "Matriarch," the scout grunts as he shoves me forward. "I found a little treat for you wandering about down here." With the way she sizes me up, I realise that she must not interact with a lot of humans, an oversight on my part. I had assumed that there were humans down here to blend in with like there are above ground. But Nikolai did mention all the humans on the surface were what encouraged the bases, so why would there be any down here? The red-headed woman arches an eyebrow, regarding me imperiously. "You have courage wandering so freely in our sacred halls, human." She shakes her head. "You're lucky we don't just drain you now, aren't I right?" The Vraken next to her nods. "Yes, matriarch." His eyes land on me. "You are lucky that Brinda is so forgiving." I haven't taken my eyes off the red-headed woman. Her piercing gaze bores into me, as though attempting to peel back my layers and expose my soul. The weight of her scrutiny makes me want to shrink back, but I force myself to stand tall. "I know you must not take kindly to trespassers," I say, hoping my voice doesn't shake. "But I come with a request, not ill intent." Murmurs ripple among the council. Brinda silences them with a sharp gesture. "Speak then, girl. What desperate need drives you to risk your life by coming here uninvited?" Though her tone is bored, interest glints in her eyes. Heart pounding, I gather my courage. "I wish to become Vraken. I have served the temple for these last few months, and I want to honour the first by fighting the dark elves alongside you." I take a deep breath. In her name, I should be made. Shocked exclamations echo off the stone walls at my audacity. Brinda's eyebrows raise higher, but she does not reprimand my bluntness. "Boldness is valued among our kind," she muses after a thoughtful pause. "But desire alone does not equate worthiness. The gift of our blood and magic is not given lightly, especially to your kind." I bite my tongue to keep from arguing. Pleading won't sway her. I can already tell that. I must prove my determination. Brinda studies me intently for long moments. Just as impatience gnaws at me, she smiles slowly, fangs glinting. However, rare instances have shown that certain driven individuals can earn a place at our side. She leans forward. "But the trials are not for the weak. If you believe yourself capable, we shall test your mettle." "I'll do anything to prove myself," I state without hesitation. Brinda's smile widens, intrigued. "Anything? She ponders a moment before continuing. Very well. A battalion of dark elves camps not far from here. Infiltrate their ranks and return with intelligence on their plans and numbers, and you will be rewarded for your usefulness. If I fail? I ask. Her lips curl. You'll be at the mercy of the dark elves. You are to go in alone. No help from anyone else. Brinda's words spark a blaze of hope and hunger within me, a chance to finally prove myself, to earn the strength and magic of the Vraken, to stand as Nikolai's equal rather than remain the weak human. The thrill of possibility quickly wars with flutters of doubt. Infiltrating a dark elf camp alone? It could easily mean death if I'm caught. I wrestle down the hesitation, clutching tightly to my yearning. What are the risks compared to the rewards of belonging? I've endured a life on the fringes for too long. I won't squander this opportunity. I accept your trial, I declare firmly, before Brinda finishes laying out the details. Triumph flashes in her eyes. Excellent. A scout will take you to the camp tonight, but from there and back you'll be on your own. I incline my head respectfully, pulse racing with anticipation. I cannot let Nikolai stop me from seizing this opportunity. As soon as night falls, I will slip away and earn my right as a Vraken. As I walk away, though, my steps are leaden as I make my way back through the winding tunnels. The farther I get from Brinda's imposing presence, the more space my doubts have to swarm. This challenge clearly wasn't meant for a mere human to accomplish alone. I don't go back to the base. I don't want to chance seeing Nikolai. Instead, I walk the paths of the woods just outside it, so the scout can find me. The trees are alive today, brushing me, encouraging me. They will be on my side tonight, of that I am sure. By the time the sun sets into a fading twilight, nerves and anticipation are churning sickly in my stomach. But as the sliver of the moons rise high overhead, fiery purpose burns brighter than my doubts. It's only when full dark blankets the base does the scout come and find me. He takes one look at me and grunts, "Let's go, human." I hurry after him, hoping it's the last time I'll be called that. And not because I'm dead after tonight.
Chapter 22. Nikolai. Have you seen Jessa? My hands are clasped by my back, my wings pinned back, and my face expressionless as I wait for Lev to turn around. My forced apathy doesn't change the anger roiling through me that I have resorted to asking him where she is. It gets under my skin that another male would know her more than me. He turns around me with eyebrows raised. Besides the one time I told him to teach her, I've never acknowledged her existence. Not since yesterday. I nod and turn on my heel, no longer interested in talking as panic seizes my gut. The sun is setting, and I haven't caught a glimpse of her all day. It didn't surprise me when she didn't come to morning sermon, though that didn't stop me from unleashing so much pent-up frustration on another two Vraken in the training ring. And she seemed to avoid the courtyard all day, too, which wasn't shocking either. Though I didn't see her in the dining hall or around the plants, I assumed she was in her room. But now that she has missed the evening sermon, too, and no one has seen her, I'm growing paranoid. Last night's events may have me on edge, especially since she's never locked herself away just because she's mad at me. I stride the halls, growing unease gnawing at me with every room I find empty. Jessa's continued absence after our fight shouldn't drive her into such seclusion. By the time I reach her vacant room, dread is creeping down my spine like icy tendrils. I'm turning to leave when her roommate Alina enters, stopping short at the sight of me. "Oh, hello, Nikolai," she says in surprise. "Are you looking for Jessa too?" I freeze, pulse spiking at her words. "Too? You can't find her either?" I demand sharply. Alina frowns, taken aback by my tone. "No, but it's not that abnormal. She's usually in the temple or checking on the crops before I'm even up or after I'm in bed." Her expression creases. "Though if you're here, I'm assuming that's not the case." I shake my head sharply. "It's not." Rocking back on her heels, Alina says, "You know, Jade was just telling me that she thinks she saw her this morning. That's why I wasn't worried." I saw her this morning too, though I'm not about to tell Alina that. "Where?" "Around the north side of the base. She said it looked like she was leaving, though. I thought she was just getting water for the plants or something. But if you haven't seen her..." My jaw tightens, mind racing wildly. Leaving the base alone? What was she thinking? Fear and frustration wars within me. I shouldn't care what the reckless girl does, and yet... When was this? About mid-morning, I think. Her voice rises in concern, eyes searching my face. "Nikolai, is everything okay?" "I'm going to find out," I grit out. I'm already striding for the door, pulse thundering in my ears. I should have known Jessa would do something foolish and dangerous. But if she still hasn't come back and it's already dark, especially with the kind of creatures in the wild spawned, I shove down the clawing anxiety as I stalk across the grounds, headed for the shadowy tree line. She couldn't have gone far, I reason. I just need to track her down before trouble does. Because if anything happens to that stubborn, reckless girl, I'll never forgive myself. I hurry to the scout's post, barely restraining myself from a full-on sprint through the woods. As soon as they are in earshot, I pin the nearest scout with a piercing glare. "Did any of you encounter a human girl with curly brown hair and hazel eyes today? She was near here in the woods?" I demand, careful to keep my voice low, my hands clasped behind my back as they ball into fists, and even despite the anxiety churning within me. The scouts exchange uneasy glances, shifting on their feet. One finally clears his throat awkwardly. "We, may have caught someone matching that description. She slipped into the tunnels behind us before we realized and was taken before the council for punishment." For a moment, I'm too stunned to react, torn between white-hot fury and ice-cold dread. She followed them alone into the tunnels? Confronted the council without guidance or permission? As the shock fades, stark fear settles like a stone in my gut. I've heard the horrific fates that await humans who stand defiant before the council uninvited, and one as bold and reckless as Jessa. My hands clench into fists, nails biting into my palms. I grab the nearest scout by the front of his tunic, wings flaring wide in undisguised threat. "And you did not think to stop her from leaving the base?" I snarl through clenched teeth, face inches from his. He holds up his hands placatingly, eyes wide. "We didn't catch her until it was too late. Once she entered the tunnels, her fate was out of our hands." Cursing under my breath, I roughly release him. As much as I long to unleash my fear and frustration on him, my anger matters little now. Somehow I must find Jessa and bring her home before the council's judgment can be carried out. I turn on my heel, fighting the icy panic rising within me. I can only pray I'm not already too late. I race through the winding tunnels, desperation fueling my speed this time. My lungs burn, but I push harder, Jessa's life potentially hanging in the balance. Skidding to a halt outside the council's chamber, I slip inside the tunnel and try to calm my racing heart. With my wings pinned up and back, hands clasped behind my back, and my features schooled into a neutral expression, I enter the room. Brinda's eyebrows as she spots me. "Something wrong with the base?" she asks as she takes me in. I shake my head. "No, matriarch. My plans continue to restore the balance of the base." I am careful to keep my tone slow and bored. "One of my accolades does seem to run off. You haven't happened to see her, have you? Little human with curly brown hair?" Brinda leans forward, bracing her elbows on the stone table as she surveys me with piercing eyes. Her gaze sweeps my state, assessing me in a way I don't care for. "You come all this way for a mere human girl?" she remarks, one eyebrow raised. I clench my jaw and then catch my reaction, correcting it. Based on the way Brinda's lips are curling, she saw it before I could. I curse inwardly at letting volatile emotion rule my actions. She's been training in the temple, and it would be a waste if all the work had vanished. I hedge through gritted teeth. Brinda smiles slowly, venomous fangs glinting in the torchlight. I see. The defiant girl proved quite bold in arrogantly demanding we make her one of us. A bitter taste taints my mouth at her words, and I'm already fighting to push away my emotions as she adds, I was amused, so I gave her a chance to prove her worth. My wings rustle and my muscles tense before I can mask it. They indulge Jessa's arrogant demands. Relief wars hotly with apprehension within me. You offered her a trial? I ask carefully, unsure whether to be grateful for the opportunity or fearful of the danger Jessa now faces. At one point, the trials were designed to prove the worth of a human who wanted a Vrekin mate. If they had been utilized, it might have been good for our race. But without the Council's watchful eyes, so many humans were made without undergoing the test of the trial, many not even surviving the change. If Jessa survives it, she'll be made as one of us, a fact I'm not sure how to feel about. But if she doesn't... Indeed, as we speak, she's infiltrating a dark elf camp for intel. Brynda fixes me with her piercing gaze. Unless you believe your human pet is incapable of succeeding? I meet her eyes unflinchingly, ignoring the subtle barb in her words. And should she fail this trial, what fate awaits her? Brynda examines her nails indifferently. Failing means she was caught, so she'll be left with the dark elves for whatever they see fit. Her eyes rake over me. But perhaps such a demise might move you to take a mortal mate. Goddess blessed. She smirks. The first only knows what your venom would create. I stiffen, sensing the probing suspicion underlying her words, but I merely bow my head in acquiescence. I pray only that the girl proves worthy of your generosity in this chance. But my nails bite into my palms behind my back, giving away my deception. I cannot let the Council glimpse how deeply clawing fear for Jessa's safety has taken root within me, poisoning my heart with helplessness. Brynda's gaze bores into me a moment longer before she sighs, waving a hand dismissively. Very well. You may take your leave to return to the surface. Relief floods me in a dizzying rush, and I bow deeply before turning to go. I have to find Jessa before someone else does, and I can't dare waste any more time. But Brynda's next words freeze me in my tracks, blood turning to ice. However, the girl must complete her trial without any interference, or she forfeits this chance. Not even you will be permitted to assist her, or she might find that breaking our regulations is more severe than if the Dark Elves caught her. Brynda fixes me with a piercing warning glare like she could hear my thoughts. Are we clear? For a moment I see only red, fiery rage flooding every sense. How can they bar me from trying to save Jessa's life? She'll be slaughtered. I rein myself in sharply, though my entire body trembles with the effort. I cannot argue without making things immeasurably worse for her. Jaw clenched near breaking point, I give Brynda the barest inclination of my head in forced acceptance. Then I turn on my heel and stalk from the Council's presence before my tenuous restraint shatters completely. Their foolish decree may have just condemned Jessa to a horrific death at the hands of the Dark Elves, and the blinding fear of never seeing her defiant smile or hearing her teasing laugh again threatens to engulf what little hope remains in my heart, especially because I have finally come to terms with something I should have recognized instantly, and now I might not get the chance to tell her.
Chapter 23. Jessa. That's it. The scout stops suddenly, pointing through the thick trees blocking out the moonlight. Squinting, I follow his finger and barely make out the glimmering firelight in the distance. So what do I turn to see the scout already walking away, not listening to me. Do now. I huff, pushing a stray hair out of my face as I assess the situation. I have 2 knives on me that I pestered out of the silent scout. I think if he didn't hand them over, he might have considered slitting my throat with one of them. Are you going to help me? I ask to the air, and the wind breezes through my hair. Vines lift to brush my face, and I blow out a breath. I'll take that as a yes. I slip through the dark trees toward the flickering firelight, letting the stealth skills learned in my youth rise to the surface. Always avoid being seen and heard. Move silently, blend with shadows, wait and watch. Pausing at the edge of the clearing, I peer between the bushes at the sprawling encampment before me. Dark elf sentries with spears and swords pace the perimeter, while shadowed forms move about scores of tents and wagons. I study their patterns, watching for any gap in attention. There, a sentry passes and I melt from the brush, quiet as the wind. I skirt along the backside of a large tent, senses hyper-aware. Rough, guttural voices drift from within, speaking but too muffled for me to understand. Coarse laughter follows and I quicken my pace. Sliding behind a supply wagon, I spot a slit in the back of the next tent, my way inside. I wait for a breath, muscles coiled, then dart through. Inside, I find stacks of wooden crates and barrels. Voices approach from the front, and I wedge myself behind the cargo, barely breathing. 2 elves enter, griping in their harsh tongue. One gestures angrily as the other snaps back. I pick out the words, patrol, waste, rather drink and screw around. They take no notice of me as I slip out the back once more. I'm so close to the intelligence I need. I won't fail now. Keeping to the shadows, I creep on silent feet towards the centre of the sprawling camp. Snatches of guttural conversation reach me as I pass, none proving useful, until a rumbling voice makes me freeze in my tracks. Those Vrakan fools won't know what hit them. Pulse racing, I slide up to the thick canvas wall of a large command tent, peering through a slit between the flaps. Inside, a hulking dark elf officer stands over a table strewn with maps, barking orders at subordinates. We strike swift and hard, moving under cover of night just before dawn. I listen intently over the hammering of my heart as he points out locations on the map with a gnarled finger, detailing numbers and strategies for a surprise attack. "When should I ready the men?" another dark elf asks. "We'll strike in 4 days' time, just after sunrise. These bastards hate the bright light." As the officer rolls up the maps, I slink back into the shadows, mind racing wildly. There's an attack coming, which means I have to get back and now. But as I start my way back through the camp, I keep having to duck into the shadows. More dark elves are moving about now, forcing me to sit still as they all walk past. And fear starts to pour into my veins as I try to figure out how I'm going to get out of here. Can I sneak out the way I entered? Or will I be unable to find a hole in their patrol again? Either way, I cannot allow the Vrakan to be caught blindsided by slaughter. Too many lives now depend on the precious information I possess, and the idea of something happening to Nikolai makes my chest squeeze so tight that I feel like I can't breathe. I might be mad at him, but I can't let him be blindsided. Crouching behind a wagon to avoid a patrol, I weigh my limited options. I can't be caught, and the longer I stay here, the more likely it is I will be. Willing my heart to slow, I slide from tent to tent on silent feet, ducking patrols, as I make my way back to the outskirts of the sprawling camp. Freedom is so close I can taste it, but my pulse thunders as a dark elf officer's suspicious gaze lingers on my hiding spot. Before he can approach and investigate, I melt into the shadows and flee toward the tree line. Under faint moonlight, I race headlong toward the wild spot, the living forest coming alive around me to speed my frantic steps. Glancing over my shoulder, I search for any sign of pursuit. No distinct shapes follow, but I can't shake the prickling feeling of unseen eyes tracking my movement through the brush. Were those heavy footsteps behind me just my imagination? Or have they somehow detected my presence? Shoving down panic, I push myself harder despite my burning lungs and aching legs. I have to make it back to the Vrakan base with the attack plans in time to warn Nikolai, before it's too late to stop the coming slaughter. The vines and bushes seem to part before me as if sensing my desperation. I'm nearly there, so close. Just a little farther through these shadowed woods, and I can deliver the intelligence needed to save countless innocent lives. Suddenly, iron-hard hands seize me viciously from behind, and a scream lodges in my throat. I twist sharply, a knife sliding free, as my attacker snarls gutturally. "Thought you could spy on us, Vraken scum!" Terror spikes through me like icy lightning, but I meet the elf's hate-filled gaze defiantly through the darkness. Whip-fast, I slam my elbow back with all my strength into the dark elf's hard gut before he can act. As he doubles over with a choked grunt, I spin sharply, bringing my blade up in a silver arc. He tries to dodge, but the knife slices across his chest in a spray of dark blood. He staggers back with a gurgling cry, clutching at the deep mortal wound. I press my advantage, kicking his legs out from under him. He crashes to the forest floor with a thud. Before he can rise, I bring my boot down, pinning him as I wrench the blade across his throat in a finishing blow. Dark blood pours rapidly, his eyes going wide in shock and rage. But it's already too late for him. Not waiting to watch the light leave his eyes, I whirl and sprint into the shadowed woods. My lungs are burning fire, but I can't slow. I have to get back and deliver the intelligence before they find his body. I risk a quick glance over my shoulder, seeing no pursuers yet through the dense trees. Still, I don't dare slow my reckless, stumbling pace for anything. I can't stop until I'm back in the wild spot, both because they'll torture me if they find me, and I need to help the Vraken. The trees part before me and close behind me, keeping me protected as I run, but even as I do, I think I hear shouts in the distance. I push myself faster, barely able to draw in a breath as I tear through the forest. "Akeldama, please don't let me die tonight."
Chapter 24. Nikolai. I had forgotten how suffocating it was below ground. As I pace the unused corridor leading from the main cavern to the temple, I have to keep my wings tucked in tight, or they'll brush along the caverns. Yet I can't bring myself to go back above ground. "Where is she?" I growl beneath my breath as I keep up my back and forth walk, my ears strained for any sounds of Jessa's return. I'm close enough to the council room and entrance to the caverns that I know I'll hear or see her within seconds of her return. I peek out of the tunnel through the massive cavern for the 20th time tonight, and still, I see no Jessa. In frustration, I stomp back toward the temple, just to continue the pacing. I have to let the energy out somehow. I'm not even sure what I'll say to her when she returns. Part of me wants to promise to change her, so long as she lets it be me. Another part wants to scold her for acting like this, but I know that will get nowhere with someone as stubborn as her. Either way, I just want the chance to speak to her again. And deep down, there's a small sliver of myself that wants to confess to her that she has made me lose all sense. That the moment I heard her out in the woods, everything else fell away. She is the most important thing to me now. But I've had a hard enough time accepting that myself. How could I confess it to someone else? And push us deeper into a state of confusion since I know I can't take her as a mate, or change her. I'm mid-pace, wings twitching in the confines of the tunnel, when I hear footsteps coming down the tunnel from the temple. I turn to see Adelina walking towards me, her loose pants whispering against the stone floor. She pauses, and though her face is partially shrouded in shadows from her hood, surprise flashes across her ageless face at finding me lurking out here. "Nikolai, what brings you back to the caves?" she asks, green eyes narrowing. I dip my head respectfully to the woman who raised me since I was a child, though hesitance wars within me. How much do I reveal to her about my tangled feelings? "I am awaiting the return of a human ward from an ordeal," I hedge, avoiding specifics. But Adelina's sharp gaze sweeps over me, seeming to peel back my facade with ease. A human girl? The tension between us is thick as she steps closer, her eyes assessing me with a sharpness I do not like. "Why are you so close to a human?" I stiffen, wings rustling with unease against the tunnel walls. She was the one who long ago warned me that humans must never be true mates to Vraken, no matter the heart's yearnings. She was the one, not the council who sent me above ground to stop the intermingling of our races. She is being trained to help in the temple, nothing more. I lie poorly, unable to meet her piercing stare. I'm only here to escort her back to the base. Adelina sighs, shaking her head sadly. Do not let emotion cloud your judgment and reason, Nikolai. A human should serve the god and goddess, but anything more than that, it will only end in tragedy for you both. Her blunt words strike deep, reawakening the inner turmoil that rages within me. As much as it pains me, she's right. No future exists where Jessa and I could possibly be together. I am Vraken, a creature of the night, and she is mortal, made for the sunlit world above. I incline my head, feeling the brief, fragile spark of hope I'd felt earlier dim and fade. Of course, High Priestess. I wouldn't dream of anything more. Adelina clasps my shoulder with surprising gentleness. You have always served our kind honorably. This too shall pass, as all things do. With that, she turns and takes her leave. I stare after her for a long moment before resuming my restless pacing, her warning echoing relentlessly in my mind. Just a human girl, I repeat bitterly to myself. No true mate for a Vraken warrior. Never an equal. Adelina's blunt words echo relentlessly in my mind as I pace the confines of the tunnel. All my life, the Vraken temple taught as absolute truth that humans should never fully bond with our kind. But is that ironclad wisdom, or mere prejudice that has calcified over centuries? I think back to studying the ancient texts under Adelina's tutelage. Akeldama himself commanded the first to make more Vraken, changing worthy humans. He taught us to take what we wanted, that everything could be ours, and though mates were not expressly mentioned, since those can be restrictive in his debauchery, I've realized nowhere did he expressly forbid it. Over time, as greedy or cruel Vraken made fledglings randomly, strife arose between our kinds. But the real problem was not the bond itself. It was the poor choices of individual Vraken. I halt mid-step as the realization crashes over me like a breaking wave. I've denied the whispered longings of my own heart for too long out of fear and adherence to misguided tradition. Jessa is my true mate. I feel it to my very core. And if she was designed for me by the god and goddess and I am goddess blessed, then how could claiming her be anything short of what it is right? Our union would not dilute Vraken bloodlines, but rather bless them with new life and vitality. She is more than worthy. I was a damned fool to push her away all this time, allowing prejudice and archaic temple rules to cloud my judgment and reasoning. Now I just have to figure out how I'm going to fix this. It will be difficult to change everything I thought, but it already feels as if a weight has been lifted off of me as I realize that I am not forsaking my duties or my deities by finally giving in to Jessa, by finally letting myself be in love with a woman I desperately want as my mate. My head is still reeling as I reach the end of the tunnel, and I just make out the sound of hurried footsteps echoing down the stone passage, the sound ricocheting off the cold walls. Peering across the cavern to the tunnel entrance from the surface, I look up in time to see Jessa come into view, escorted on either side by stern-faced Vraken guards. Profound relief fills me at the sight of her disheveled curly hair and determined hazel eyes. She's returned from her perilous mission, and she's alive and looks to be physically unharmed. I want to call out to her, to rip her from these Vraken, but something keeps me rooted in place. My realizations crash down on me until I can barely breathe, and instead of doing anything, I just drink her in. Relief and fear war inside of me, and I know that I have to stop this before she lets someone else change her. The guards firmly steer her towards the council room, their black wings twitching with unease. As she passes by me, our eyes meet briefly. Hers flash with anger and pain swirling in their depths, cutting me more deeply than any blade. I see betrayal written clearly in the tense set of her shoulders and compressed lips. Instead of the mask I usually wear, I let the desperate longing leak into my eyes so that she might see that I want to explain everything and beg her forgiveness. but the moment passes too quickly. Jessa's gaze shudders closed as she looks away, dismissing me coldly, and it's enough to make me hesitate for a moment too long. I consider that she might reject me, that my revelations might not mean anything to her. And once again, I let her slip through my fingers. The guards firmly herd her along the passage, their footsteps fading rapidly, leaving me standing alone once more in the gloom. I can only watch helplessly as Jessa disappears around the bend without a backward glance, the echo of the guards' footsteps fading rapidly into silence. I stare at the tunnel that leads into the council room, and it only takes me a moment to realize that I can't lose her again. "She's mine," I growl beneath my breath, charging forward. "Council be damned, I won't let anyone else touch my mate."
Chapter 25. Jessa. The haunted look on Nikolai's face makes it hard to concentrate as I'm dragged into the council room. My pulse is still thundering, even though I'm trying to quell it. I'm not sure why he still has that effect on me, but a larger part of me wonders why he's even down here. Did he come looking for me? Because he didn't seem surprised to see me, just relieved and anguished all at once. Oh, good. Brinda's voice breaks through my thoughts as the guards bring me to a stop before her. My arms are sore from their tight hold, but I say nothing as I look up at the matriarch. I guess I'm still a threat down here until she clears me, so they will continue to treat me as such. "You didn't die." "No, matriarch," I say coolly. "I did not." She smirks, and I try not to let it rile me. Brinda is definitely not one to underestimate, and though my boldness got me the trial in the first place, I know better than to push her too far. "And what did you learn?" Her fiery red hair makes her eyes look like they are blazing in contrast. Her lips part into a wide, almost sinister smile. "Something good, I hope." "I discovered an imminent and dire threat," I say evenly, meeting Brinda's piercing gaze. "The Dark Elves are mobilizing to mount a major attack on a Vraken base in just 4 days' time at sunrise." I quickly detail the intelligence gathered during my harrowing infiltration. I describe the sprawling war camp I witnessed, with rows of wooden barracks and armour glinting in the firelight. Stockpiles of vicious weapons to be distributed among the forces. Most critically, I reveal the attack plans I overheard. They intend to strike one of the bases using the element of surprise right after dawn. I heard the commander pointing out the location himself on a detailed map, and I fear they may know where more than one base is. Murmurs ripple through council members, all except Brinda. But as I finish my thorough report, the matriarch seemingly unconvinced and unperturbed. She leans back, eyebrows raised and palms pressed into the table before her as her eyes rake over me. "While this is concerning, the threat seems overstated," Brinda says, her eyes boring into mine. "The Dark Elf forces are currently still camped near Leandor, and while that does give them easy access to the wild spot, it is unlikely they have uncovered the precise locations of multiple bases, nor could they easily navigate the volatile wild spot." She cocks her head. "Isn't that right?" "Yes, matriarch," the council member to her right says. "The Dark Elves have no experience navigating the wild spot like we do, which makes it incredibly hard to find the locations, especially undetected. I do not raise the point that Nikolai was sent to the surface to make sure the scouts were actually doing their jobs, among other things. It's not like they would have caught Dark Elves learning the wild spot's tricks." Brinda smirks, baring her fangs. "Yes, the inherent unpredictability of the living forest remains our best protection. I sincerely doubt these elves could systematically find and then breach our defences, or find a way to navigate right to where we are, even if they did have the locations." I frown, an insistent spark of frustration flaring within me. "You underestimate their capabilities. I saw the extent of their forces and planning with my own eyes. We cannot afford to ignore this looming danger. We appreciate your enthusiastic efforts, girl," Brinda says patronisingly. but complex matters of Vrakan security will remain in far more qualified hands. The other council members murmur in acquiescence, unshaken by my urgent warning. My fists tighten instinctively at my sides in mounting anger, but I dig my nails into my palms and hold my tongue for the moment. I alone have witnessed the truth of this threat. If only I could make the council comprehend the true stakes before it's too late. But their minds seem stubbornly closed. I'm not sure what to do, so I remain silent as I wait for the council to finish with me. But Brinda's resonant voice echoes authoritatively through the torch-lit council chamber. You have proven herself worthy through your efforts and dedication to the Vrakan. You still wish to be a Vrakan. I nod, my mouth drying up at the thought. Yes, matriarch. A glint dances in her eye as she grins. Then we shall move to initiate her changing without delay. The other council members seated around the stone table murmur their assent, their jewelled rings glinting as they solemnly nod. Normally, a Vrakan mate would undertake this most sacred duty, the council member to her left states, absently playing with the jewelled adornments on his hands. But as the girl currently has none, we shall make a rare exception and extend the immense honour to our dedicated security. I try not to flinch at the thought, but the council member only grins. They do deserve such a reward, don't they? They shift behind me, not yet approaching, and my body is suddenly in self-preservation mode. There is a pulsing need to run, an instinct that is telling me to get out of here. But I stay rooted to the spot, determined not to back down. Becoming one of us will not be easy, human. Brinda's voice holds a note of dark anticipation. The ritual transformation can be unforgiving. There is a very real chance you may not survive it. Though a shiver runs down my spine at her words, I refuse to show any reaction or fear. Instead, I lift my chin and boldly meet Brinda's piercing gaze. I am ready for whatever is to come. Inwardly, exhilaration courses fiery through my veins, setting my pulse racing in anticipation. This is my destiny, to finally become a true equal to Nikolai in body as well as spirit, to stand proudly united without barriers between us at long last. My short-lived exhilaration fades as Brinda gestures sharply to one of the guards. You, begin the process. Bite her now. The burly guard approaches, his heavy footfalls echoing menacingly on the stone floor. Apprehension trickles down my spine as he comes to loom over me, casting me in his shadow. As my instincts yell at my body to move, to escape this, disappointment and fear trickle in. This isn't how I imagined the ceremony unfolding. Before I can react, he grabs my head in a vice-like grip between his hands, forcibly tilting it to expose the pale, vulnerable curve of my neck. Revulsion and panic spike through me at his domineering touch. I try not to flinch away as he leans closer, making my stomach churn. He bares his elongated fangs with a guttural snarl. Primal fear lances through every fibre of my being, turning my blood to ice. And suddenly I realise that the idea of anyone but Nikolai biting me is utterly terrifying and revolting. I desperately want to scream, to tear myself away by sheer force of will, but the brute's grip on my skull could not be pried off of me if I tried. I'm stuck between a war, wanting to put an end to this, but also not wanting to back down. Either way, I cannot move even an inch as he leans in and inhales my scent, and I have to suppress a whimper. He takes his time finding just the right spot, his touch a cruel mockery of what this should be. Any second now those razor fangs will pierce vulnerable flesh, and it will all be over. Revulsion twists my gut, bile rising in my throat. I can't repress a gasp as his fangs graze the delicate flesh of my neck, precise and surgical in his perverse task. My eyes squeeze shut instinctively, bracing for the violation to come. The points of his fangs pressing down elicit a sharp pinch. I clench my fists, nails digging into my palms, as the first hints of pain bloom. Any second now, he will drive those razor-sharp implements ruthlessly into my vulnerable jugular. My frantic pulse throbs under his touch, the drumbeat counting down my final moments as a mortal. This can't be happening. Not like this, at the mercy of a stranger's cruel whims. Exposed and powerless before the council's pitiless eyes. Who is to say he'll stop in time or that they will stop him? Please, no. But just as the knife-like tips start to pierce delicate skin, the first beads of crimson rising, a thunderous, commanding voice suddenly echoes through the stone chamber. Stop! The brute's vice-like grip on me goes slack. My eyes fly open, hardly daring to hope at the reprieve. A heavy silence descends on the room as all eyes turn to the open doorway. The air crackles with tension, my heart thundering with anticipation as I turn to see who saved me. But my body already knows exactly who it was.
Chapter 26. Nikolai. Don't touch her, I snarl, fury pulsing through me as I take in the Vraken holding Jessa. I can smell her fear from here, and my sanity is holding on by a thread at the scene before me. Brynda is watching with a look of pure amusement on her face, while the Vraken still hasn't pulled back from Jessa's neck yet. And it's not lost on me that he's about to bite her, but shows no sign of giving his own blood. They weren't actually going to change her. The thought crashes into me, and I let out a low growl, my wings expanding as I stalk toward the Vraken holding my mate. I said, don't you dare touch her. My words come out rough and inhuman, enough so that he drops her and stumbles back. The thought of anyone touching Jessa, tasting her as I have, has me ready to rip apart everyone in this room. The consequences be damned. But the fact that they used her to gather intel, saw her as disposable, and now we're going to kill her despite the fact that she did what they asked, has me on another level. But as I go to reach for Jessa, ready to drag her from this room and deal with the council later, she jerks back. Nikolai, what are you doing? Her eyes narrow and I blink, stunned as I realize she looks like she is seething. I told you I wanted this. I expected that even if you didn't want to change me, you would let someone else. I clench my jaw so tightly it aches, wings rustling and flexing in agitation as I struggle to rein in my simmering fury. I won't let them use you as a pawn in their games. You're playing right into their hands. They're going to kill you, I want to shout, but I don't dare. We are still in front of the council, and they still could if they wanted to. Jessa steps closer, her chin lifted defiantly, strands of her dark curly hair framing her face. She is so beautiful it hurts, and it makes it hard to focus. It's my choice, Nikolai. This is what I want. I won't let you or anyone else take it from me again. Frustration wars with desperate urgency within me. Why can't she see the Lycar's den she's blindly stumbled into? Jessa, listen to me. I was wrong to push you away before. I see that now. Please, you have to trust me. I reach for her slender arm, but she jerks back once more, just out of reach. It's too late for that. Her voice wavers even as her hazel eyes flash. I won't let anyone else decide my fate. Her words slice through me like an icy dagger. Before I can stop myself, I erupt with sudden ferocity, the words tearing from my throat. I don't want anyone else changing you. Jessa stills, eyes widening, full lips parting slightly. The flickering torchlight dances over her stunned face. For once, the stubborn girl seems at a total loss for words. I surge forward urgently, willing her to understand the dark truth here. Only I have the right to change you, me alone. I gesture sharply at the watching council members. Not anyone else, especially someone who doesn't care for you. I drop my voice low, though I know they can still hear me. To them, you are just a human. They'll use you up and then toss you aside like rubbish. I reach for her again, and this time Jessa doesn't pull away, seeming frozen in indecision. Her throat bobs delicately as she holds my blazing gaze, searching my face with those endlessly deep eyes. The The tension between us hangs by the most fragile of threads, and before Jessa can speak, the words I've bottled up for so long spill desperately past my lips in a rush. Jessa, I'm hopelessly in love with you. I felt this way from the very moment I saw you, from the second I heard you. My entire world shifted then, and ever since, there hasn't been a moment that my body hasn't cried out for you. I suck in a deep breath. My entire soul has been begging for me to admit the one thing that has scared me, but I can't deny it any longer. My heart is yours. My life is meant for you, and my soul was designed to answer to you. I pull her closer. Jessa, I want you as my mate. I will change you so that it is my venom filling your veins, my bite marring your skin, my mouth healing your wounds. You were always meant for me, and I was made for you. I search her stunned face intently, laying my tattered heart bare and exposed before her for judgment. Don't you understand? It was always you who owned my soul. No one else could ever compare. For a brief moment, Jessa's hard mask seems to crack, something vulnerable flickering in her endlessly deep eyes. But then her expression shudders closed once more. She shoves me back violently with unexpected strength, nearly knocking me off balance. Is this some kind of twisted joke? She spits out, rage blazing in her eyes. You already callously rejected me once before, if you recall. Tossed me aside like garbage. Her jaw clenches, pain shadowing her face. You don't actually care about me. You're just trying to use my feelings for your own agenda like everyone else does. Jessa turns away, her slender body trembling with the force of her anguish and fury. I won't be made a naive fool again. Her bitter rejection cuts like an icy dagger twisting ruthlessly in my heart, but I refuse to surrender or back down, not when our very future hangs precariously in the balance. You know that's not true, I rasp urgently. Give me a chance to prove myself, Jessa. I'm begging you. I reach for her, desperately aching to wipe away the pain I've caused through my own cowardice and blindness. But she recoils from my outstretched hand as if scalded, refusing to even meet my gaze. Desperate, I step towards Jessa again, willing her to truly see that I was holding myself back before, and I won't do it anymore. You were right before. I was so very wrong to ever resist what lives and burns between us. I was a fool, blinded by misplaced duty and cowardly fear. I meet her guarded hazel gaze unflinchingly, allowing the stark truth of my words to show on my face. But I swear to you now that I will be the only one to change you, Jessa. I pause, my heart hammering wildly. Because I want to spend eternity with you. I don't want to know another night without you in my arms, another morning without you being the first thing I see, another moment where you aren't mine. Jessa searches my face warily, arms wrapped around herself in unconscious protection. Steeling myself, I reach out and gently take her delicate hand in mine, so small and fragile compared to my own long fingers. I squeeze her hand, begging my silent question again. Be mine. After an agonizing suspended moment, Jessa slowly turns her palm upwards to tentatively entwine her fingers with mine. Cautious hope ignites wildly in my chest. Yes, Nikolai, she finally whispers, lips barely moving. I want to be your mate. I felt it since we met too, and I can't take another second of it. I am yours. I pull her into me, sealing my eternal promise with a fervent kiss, as relief and joy crash over me. The moment between Jessa and I stretches on, infinite and profound, and I forget where we are as I lose myself in the scent and taste of her. Then a slow, mocking clap shatters the heavy silence. The sharp sound makes us both flinch imperceptibly. How very touching, Brenda drawls, full lips curved in a cruel smirk, eyes glinting with malicious delight at having witnessed such an intimate, vulnerable scene. My congratulations on your little union. She leans back languidly, her stare remaining fixed on us. Her gaze is sharp, and I can tell she is calculating how this development impacts her complex plots and schemes. I trust you can... Take care of your pet human now, Nikolai? Brynda asks with silken menace. She seems to have served her purpose here. Bitter rage flares within me at Brynda's dismissal of my mate as a mere pawn. My wings flare out aggressively as I turn toward her, but I catch myself at the last moment, careful to keep my expression carefully neutral. Without looking away from Brynda's challenging stare, I address Jessa in a low, gentle voice. Come, Omorphe. Let's go home. I feel Jessa press close to my side, her warmth and nearness bolstering me. Together we turn away dismissively from the Council's callous machinations and manipulations. She survived tonight, and now that I have nothing holding me back, I'm going to praise every inch of her, happy that she has come back to me in one piece.
Chapter 27. Jessa. Nikolai lands just outside of the base, his wings tucking in as he sets me back on my feet. Flying with him is exhilarating, but it's not the first thing on my mind right now. How did you know where I was? I ask him as he reaches for my hand. He hasn't been able to stop touching me since we left. A lot of interrogating, he says with a smirk, and my heart flutters. So he did notice I was gone. Not only that, but he made sure to find me, and once again, he protected me, even if it was from myself. So, the base is unnaturally quiet in the space just before dawn. The Vraken are returning to their rooms and the humans aren't up yet. As he pulls me toward his room, I feel like we're the only two up right now. Are you going to change me now? Nikolai pushes open his door and tugs me inside. He softly closes it behind him without letting go of me, and when he turns around, he pulls me in close. His hands immediately go to my hair, working through the strands as he tips my head back to look up at him. Not tonight. I open my mouth to protest, but he only smirks. I want you to be my mate first. After the ceremony, I'll make you mine, in every way. His voice drops low, and his eyes darken. It has my legs clenching together. And when will you make me your mate? My voice is breathless as he dips his head down, trailing his nose along my jaw and neck. He inhales deeply, drinking in my scent, and my eyes fall closed. Everything he does to me is intoxicating, I swear. Today, if I have my way. His tongue darts out and swipes along my skin. I lift a hand to grip his shoulder and steady myself. You always get your way. He pulls back, the grin on his face making my stomach flip. I do I? One of his hands stays in my hair, while the other slides down my body. And right now? You can have whatever you want, I gasp, hoping he'll take all of me. Once again, we must stop. If you want to keep going as much as Nikolai and Jessa certainly do, head on over to worldsofprothika.com with discount code YouTube30 for all the dirty details of this steamy scene. Thank you for listening to Fated to the Damned.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprothika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 28. Nikolai. I'd never pictured my mating day. I guess I never thought I'd have one. But now that I have found my mate, I can't believe I ever felt that way. When you said today, I thought you were joking. Jessa laughs, and I lean against the doorframe of our room as she spins around, watching herself in the reflective glass. All morning, Alina has been fussing about Jessa, making sure she looks perfect despite the bruises and bites marring her body. I got many withering glares over that, and the short notice to get Jessa ready. I eventually had to shove Alina out of here, declaring that my mate was perfect as she was, and I would have no more fussing over it. I really just want to take her in. You'd be surprised how infrequent a mating ceremony is. I lifted a shoulder, feeling restricted in my dress tunic and pants. They're cut closer to my body than I care for, harder to move in, but the way that Jessa looks at me, her eyes sweeping down my frame, makes it worth it. The Vrakin love a reason to celebrate. Since we are above ground, we decided to have a night ceremony. That way anyone could come, regardless of their level of magic, especially since our base won't be the only one attending. I sent word to Soren and Raziel this morning when I went to get Jessa water. It took a few hours before their winged scouts returned with a reply. They both agreed to attend tonight. I guess it's something I'll have to get used to. My dazzling bride smiles at me as she says it. I can see the excitement basically pouring off of her. Not only are we mating today, but she will be changed tonight. And when she survives, there will be a celebration tomorrow all through the night. I'm not worried about Jessa's survival, though. Many humans can't take it, but Jessa is stronger than most. With our mating bond and our blessing from the god and goddess, I know that she will be blessed just as I was. Are you ready to go? I ask her. It's nearly time. She sucks in a deep breath, and I can hear her heart racing from here. I don't blame her, though. Even I am full of adrenaline for what's to come. I've never been more ready for anything. I offer Jessa my arm, and she takes it, pressing her delicate frame close against my side. I can feel the rapid flutter of her pulse and hear her excited intake of breath. Together we make our way out of the cool, dim halls of the base and across the moonlit courtyard beyond. The rich scent of the forest envelops us as we pass beneath the softly swaying boughs. A light breeze teases Jessa's dark curls and brings the perfume of night-blooming flowers. In the distance, the lyrical rush of the river serenades the night. Across from the sprawling base, we approach the temple, our place that brought us together through our faith and devotion. Intricate symbols of blessing adorn the pillars, and vines crawl up their flanks, reaching for Jessa as we pace through. Her connection with nature is unlike anything I've ever seen. I wonder how it will change as a Vrakin. From within comes the low murmur of gathered guests awaiting our arrival, but all I can focus on is the radiant woman at my side. We pass through the carved arched doorway, Jessa's gown whispering over the ground. She gasps softly at the sight. The temple has been utterly transformed for our union. Rows of carved wooden pews line either side of the aisle leading to the front. Candles set in intricate sconces line the way, flames dancing and flickering. At the end stand altars carved with swirling symbols to honor our deities. On one rests an ornate silver basin filled with crystalline water, sacred to Akeldama. The other holds twin golden chalices encrusted with red jewels, a tribute to the first, perfect symbols under which to bless our mating. It's so beautiful, Jessa whispers reverently, eyes shining like stars in the candlelight. She turns to me, hope and trust written in her delicate features. I can't wait to be mated to you. I lift our joined hands and fervently press my lips to her knuckles. Then we proceed together down the aisle, our steps perfectly matched, to seal our souls as one as it was intended. We proceed arm in arm down the aisle, guests turning in their carved wooden pews to reverently watch our approach. Their murmured voices and the occasional shuffling wings fade away as all attention fixes upon us. I can feel Jessa's pulse racing where her hand grasps my arm. At the altar atop the stone dais, Raziel awaits us, his jet-black wings arched proudly behind him. His ancient power creeps down my spine as I meet his piercing gaze and nod in deep respect. Together, Jessa and I climb the steps, her slippered feet whispering over stone. The candle's golden flames dance over her porcelain skin and make her eyes glow with ethereal light. Her embroidered ivory gown trails behind her, gossamer silk rustling with each graceful step. Raziel raises his hands, quieting the crowd with the ease of an elder only his age could achieve. Because the matriarch is not here, I have asked him to perform our ceremony. I'd rather have him do it than Brynda, truthfully. His solemn voice resonates through the hushed temple. We gather tonight beneath the blessed moon and stars to bring together two mates, a union that is so rare that we must celebrate it when it is found. I turn to fully face my radiant bride, her slender hands trembling just slightly as I reverently take them in my own. Through our touch, I hope she can feel the devotion flowing between us, stronger than any magic. This close, I can see the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes. Raziel prompts me to begin my vows. I take a steadying breath, pulse racing, and meet Jessa's loving gaze. Her cheeks are delicately flushed, lips parted in anticipation. I, Nikolai, vow to honor you, protect you, and cherish you in this life and all those that come after. I pledge my unending loyalty, faith, and devotion to you alone, my mate, my love, my very heartbeat. Where you walk, I shall follow. What burdens you bear, I shall help carry. When you fall, I will be there to catch you and lift you up. I will stand as your sword and shield against all threats. My soul is forever and irrevocably bound to yours for all eternity. Jessa blinks back happy tears, giving my hands a gentle squeeze. When she makes her vow, her voice rings clear and unwavering. I, Jessa, pledge you my tender heart, my fierce devotion, my very spirit, until the stars themselves fade away. Through times of joy and sorrow, passion and pain, I will remain steadfastly by your side. Your hopes I shall share, your dreams I shall support, your fears I shall soothe. Together we shall weather any storm. You are my guiding light in even the darkest night. From now until the end of days and beyond, I vow that my soul is eternally entwined with yours in love. Tears of joy gleam in Jessa's eyes, and I have a hard time forcing my eyes out to the crowd as I take my next vow. To my brothers and sisters of the night, I renew my vow of fealty. I pledge to honor the old ways, serve the will of our elders, and defend this coven with my last breath if need be. My mate and I shall strive to bring further glory to our people. Jessa squeezes my hands, her voice meeting mine as she says, "To the great coven which I now humbly join, I pledge my loyalty and service. By your wisdom, I shall abide. In your battles, I shall take up arms. Your secrets I shall keep. Your customs I shall respect. To my last day I vow to further your causes and bring honor to your name." After we make our sacred vows, Raziel retrieves an ornate silver blade from the altar. In the flickering candlelight, ancient runes along its handle seem to writhe and dance. "To seal your bond, mingle your blood before the gods," Raziel intones solemnly. "Akeldama will bless or reject your union now." I extend my left hand over the stone basin on the altar, claws glinting. With a quick motion, I draw the blade across my palm. I clench my jaw against the searing sting as crimson wells up, dripping down into the clear water below. Jessa meets my eyes unwaveringly as Raziel offers her the blade. She takes a deep, steadying breath. Then, with a swift, graceful movement, she slices her own delicate palm. Ruby drops of her blood patter into the basin, sending up tiny ripples across the surface. The metallic scent of our mixed blood hangs heavy in the incense-laden air, our very life force mingling together. But our blood swirls separate in the sacred pool, like small stars dancing across the night sky. Proof our souls were meant to entwine as it refuses to sink, and Raziel smiles. "Akeldama has blessed these two." He places a hand upon each of our shoulders. "Nikolai and Jessa, I declare you mated for this life and all that follow, before these witnesses." I draw my radiant mate into my embrace, as our lips meet in a searing kiss, our palms pressing together where drops of blood mingle. Our fates and blood are forever entwined as one. As cheers resound through the temple, I end our fervent kiss and meet Jessa's joyful gaze. According to tradition, it is my right to claim my mate. I bend and sweep Jessa into my arms, cradling her petite frame with care. Her gown spills over my arms like liquid starlight as she loops her arms around my neck. I turn to carry Jessa from the altar, our guests clearing a path. Flower petals rain softly upon us in celebration. But that is just the first part of the night. They all know what is to come. And it may be the hardest yet.
Chapter 29. Jessa. Unlike when I was before the council, I don't feel nervous or fearful as Nikolai settles me on the bed. He closes the door behind us, turning to drink me in. "My mate," he murmurs, and the words do something to me. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Sadly, YouTube doesn't approve of such hot and heavy actions. For the unabridged version of the story, go to worldsofprotheka.com with discount code YouTube30 for 30% off all digital products. There's much uncensored fun to be had. Now back to the story. Nikolai doesn't stop, keeping me tethered to him through the haze of pain. "I love you," he vows brokenly. "Stay with me, Jessa, just a little longer." I summon my last bit of strength to nod before the darkness drags me under at last.
Chapter 30. Nikolai. She's still breathing. That's good, right? "Jessa," I whisper. My voice is hoarse because I haven't stopped talking in hours. I want her to know I'm here, just in case. I will be with her through it all. "You are doing amazing, Omorphe." Her skin has paled, her features sharpened, her heart rate has finally slowed. I think the change is nearly over. At least I'm hoping. I don't know how much longer I can take. Leaning down, I press a kiss to her forehead and push her hair back. And then she stirs. I freeze, watching her carefully as her eyelids flutter. It seems like her body isn't ready, but Jessa is fighting it hard. A gasp nearly escapes me when her eyes fly open, and bright hazel ones meet mine. "Jessa," I breathe, and then I break. I pull her into my arms, kissing her deeply, holding her to me. "Oh, thank the first. You're awake." She chuckles, though the sound is hoarse, and I settle her in my lap, unwilling for her to go too far. "Yes, I made it." She pushes my shoulder. "What happened to you had no doubt I'd survive." I smirk. I can still worry over my mate. I caress her face tenderly. "How do you feel?" "Sore." "How long was I out?" I can't stop touching her as I stroke down her back. "Nearly a day." Her smile droops, and she looks at me with pinched brows. "But I have to tell you something. It's something I should have before, but we got so caught up in the mating and the change." "What is it?" I ask as she shakes her head at herself. "As I was going through the change, my memories played before me, and I realized I never told you what I learned that night with the Dark Elves." I blink, realizing she's right. I was so grateful she survived. I forgot about the whole reason she went. "The council didn't take it seriously, but the Dark Elves are planning an attack. They're close to the Wildspawn portal, and they know some of the base's locations. I'm not sure which, but they will attack in 2 days' time." I stare at Jessa, stunned into silence as the gravity of her words washes over me. Did the council really foolishly dismiss Jessa's intel? And now the rest of us are in danger because of it. "You're certain the Dark Elves spoke of striking the bases?" I ask urgently. Jessa nods, her expression grave. "I'm positive. They were clear in their plans to assault soon." I crush her slender frame against me in a fierce embrace, emotion threatening to choke me. "Thank the goddess you survived the change to warn us, my love. You very well may have saved countless lives with this knowledge." Jessa clings to me, still weak from her agonizing transformation. When I finally pull back, determination steals my voice and courses through my veins. "We must alert the others immediately. All bases will need to begin preparing defenses and rallying forces. The Dark Elves will strike swiftly and brutally once they move." I caress Jessa's pale cheek, pride and urgency warring within me. My newly turned mate endured such torment only to rise and forewarn us of a coming disaster. But there is no time for sentiment now. Action must be taken at once before it's too late, and the dark elves come to drive us below ground again. At least there is one blessing. I turn to Jessa. Raziel and Soren are likely still here. They wanted to properly celebrate your successful change once you awoke. I pull her from the bed, testing her new legs. We must find them at once before they depart. Let's go. We dress as fast as we can, practically stumbling out the door in our haste. Jessa and I hurry through the corridors, our steps echoing urgently. Luckily, no one is inside to block our way. But when we emerge into the moonlit courtyard, we are met by raucous cheers from the crowd gathered there. They whoop and holler at the sight of their newest Rakan sister, alive and transformed. After a human is changing, it is supposed to be a massive celebration. But as much as I want to rejoice in Jessa joining the coven, there are other matters that must be handled. Still others stop us as we try to make our way through, like Alina, who embraces Jessa tightly, grinning wide. Thank the first. I was so worried, but you made it through the change. Jessa returns the fierce hug, patting Alina's back gently. I'm all right. Don't worry. Over Alina's shoulder, Jessa's eyes meet mine, filled with urgency. There is no time for prolonged celebration now, as much as Alina wishes to rejoice in her friend's success. Alina pulls back, grasping Jessa's shoulders as she takes her in. Congratulations. A mated Vrakin now. Can you believe it? Jessa smiles, though it doesn't reach her eyes. I can't, Alina. But Nikolai and I have urgent business with the elders. Alina's brow furrows. What business? Tonight is for celebrating you. I step forward, resting a hand on Alina's shoulder. Please forgive us, but a matter of great importance has arisen. We must speak with Raziel and Soren immediately. Alina glances between us, taking in my grim tone and Jessa's tired but determined expression. Slowly, she nods and steps back. Of course I understand. Go to them. She tries for an encouraging smile. We can celebrate later, once this business is settled. We attempt to gracefully accept the congratulations and well wishes as we push deeper into the sea of bodies. Their praise washes over me unheard as I crane my neck, desperately scanning roving eyes and flared wings for any sign of Raziel or Soren. There, on the far edge of the courtyard, Raziel's enormous jet-black wings stand out even in the crowd. Soren's icy scowl keeps everyone away from them. Together, Jessa and I shove through the press, heedless now of social graces. Lives hang perilously in the balance with each passing second. Their smiles of greeting fade as we approach, taking in my grim expression and Jessa's weary paleness. Before they can speak, I rush out in a tumble of words. We must talk now. It's a matter of our people's very survival. Raziel's gaze sharpens, alarm creasing his brow. Beside him, Soren stands taller, caution written across his face. Shall we go somewhere more secluded? Raziel asks, gesturing toward the hall where we met once before. I nod, and the four of us take off in that direction. Jessa's small hand finds mine again as we follow close on their heels. I squeeze her hand and she looks up at me. For a moment, all I can think of is her. I have finally found my mate, my love, and if these dark elf bastards want to come after us, then let them come. I'll gladly rip them apart for trying to threaten what is mine. Chapter 31. General Hodolo Valnu. What is that saying? I wave my hand in the air. Where there are rodents, there must be a nest. I grin, eyes sweeping to my lieutenant. I can't wait to destroy that nest. Danone smiles back at me. The scum will finally learn where their rightful place is. I clap him on the shoulder with a laugh as I turn to stare at the bastards. They are still scurrying about, mostly humans, as the light breaches through the trees, which suits us well. I'll slaughter the creatures and grab a few fresh pussies for my men. They'll need some way to celebrate tonight. I watch with disgust as the pathetic inhabitants below go about their day, utterly oblivious to the danger that lurks nearby. The humans till soil and harvest crops, laughter carrying on the breeze as they work. Further away, a group of Rockin train in a dusty arena, sparring and honing their combat skills. Fools. It will not save them. They chose the losing side by aligning themselves with the winged abominations, and now they will face the consequences. Look at them, scurrying about without a care, I sneer to Danoni, oblivious lambs fattening themselves for the slaughter. He grins, hand tightening on the hilt of his blade in anticipation. It's past time they learn their rightful place beneath your boot, General. I nod, a cruel smile twisting my lips as I observe the peaceful scenes below. Mere moments remain before chaos and death erupt on the pastoral calm. These pathetic rodents and their winged masters will regret ever defying the will of the Dark Elves. Vengeance burns hotly in my chest. I cannot wait to raze this settlement to ash and advance our glorious conquest. The wretched Vrockin's days are numbered. Today we strike the first bloody blow. Ready the battalions, I ordered Danoni, eyes alight with malice. The time has come to teach these peasants that nowhere is beyond the reach of the Dark Elf Empire. Soon screams of terror will replace their carefree laughter. I intend to relish every moment. At my signal, battalions of Dark Elf warriors emerge from concealment in the trees, unleashing shrieking chaos upon the unsuspecting settlement below. The winged, though most are wingless now, abominations react swiftly, grabbing weapons and rallying defenses with valor. But they are vastly overwhelmed by our surprise assault. The peaceful valley erupts into shrieking chaos as battalions of dark elves swarm from the forest, weapons glinting in the morning light. "Defensive positions!" shouts a Vrockin commander. His enormous wings snap open as he draws his broadsword. "Put an end to them!" Around him, winged warriors scramble to obey, and at first, they do cut easily through my men. But with the work of magic, the sun quickly becomes their greatest enemy. The clash and scrape of metal rings out as the dark tide crashes against them. "Hold fast!" someone bellows, whirling to cut down two of my warriors. Blood sprays as he whips around to decapitate another. But more dark elves rush to replace the fallen. The Vrockin commander is forced back step by step, his face a grim mask. Beside him, a young winged archer takes a spear through the throat and collapses with a bubbling wail. I smile, savoring the desperation and futility dawning in my enemy's eyes. We will paint this valley crimson by day's end. "Surrender, abominations!" I call out to the Vrockin mockingly. "Lay down your arms and we will grant you quick deaths." There's rumors that the Vrockin can't die, but I'm sure I can get creative enough. The Vrockin commander responds by surging forward and disemboweling the dark elf who dared approach. "We will never yield to you, dark elf filth," he roars. Laughing, I turn my attention elsewhere. Then I see a huddle of humans standing together, caught amongst the fighting. I stalk closer, my sword hungry for soft flesh. One whirls at my approach, hazel eyes blazing as she takes me in. She throws out a hand, light erupting from her palm. I hiss as purifying fire sears my skin. With a snarl, I thrust my blade through her heart, not bothering to wonder how the Vrockin have humans with magic. The others scream as she slides off my sword, their wailing cut short as my warriors descend upon them. The battle rages on, my forces pressing the Vrockin ever back. I raise my crimson blade high, surveying the delightful carnage. This is only the beginning. All who stand against us shall fall. A thunderous chorus of wingbeats fills the air as Vrockin warriors descend from the cloud-streaked skies, their unexpected arrival shifting the tide. Snarling, I raise my sword to meet the charge of a broad-shouldered Vrockin, our blades clashing in a ringing screech of metal. I grit my teeth, muscles burning as I'm slowly forced back by his brute strength. All around me, my battalions give ground, step by step, as the vengeful Vrockin press their counterattack. With a roar, The Vrakan warrior opposing me slashes his broadsword in a wide arc, nearly wrenching my own weapon from my grip. I stumble, barely dodging the follow-up strike meant to cleave me in two. The Vrakan are relentless, their wings spread wide and eyes aflame with fury as they claw back the blood-soaked ground we had seized. Caught off guard by their sky-born reinforcements, my warriors yield territory grudgingly. At the center of the Vrakan countercharge is a strong commander, his wings stained with gore. With a two-handed overhead swing, he cleaves the helmet and skull of an unfortunate dark elf who strayed too close. "Forward, my brethren!" His voice rings out over the din. "For honor and justice!" He lifts his crimson blade high, rallying his soldiers. Scowling, I signal the feigned retreat. As one, my battalions turn and flee for the shadowed tree line, the Vrakan's jeering cries at our backs. The Vrakan's voice thunders after us. "Cowards! You will pay for this bloodshed!" I join the chaotic scramble, baring my teeth in a savage smile. The ignorant fool believes victory is at hand, but I've prepared a very different outcome. Under the dark boughs, I raise a closed fist. My warriors grind to a sudden halt, their heaving breaths and pounding hearts loud in the abrupt stillness. As one, they turn to me, eyes gleaming with anticipation for the slaughter still to come. "Well done," I praise them. "The bait is taken. Now we prepare our trap." This minor loss means nothing. Several Vrakan and humans have already been dragged away to EQ-pulled wagons, captured to torture and use for information and leverage over the Vrakan. They may not be able to die, but they'll wish they could.